Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. I guess we probably should say the year, at least for a while. Either I launched this game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Before, and that's why we only have one display issue popping up, or there's been a interesting gap in new notices, and it does kind of seem like there's been an interesting gap in no new notices. This tryout dual trading card regulations event is now underway, and I may have clicked on that also. So yeah, let's hop in here and let's open some bonus packs. There's really no reason to have 50-60 extra bonus packs sitting around unless I was going to straight up try and do a 100 card pack opening, which in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel probably would not be that exciting or interesting. Or I guess maybe if my YouTube channel was like really popular and we were doing some kind of like donation fund thing, for every chat message I'd open another package or something like that. And it would have to be something as free and as cheap as just chat messages, really, to start off with, not channel memberships or donations for super chats or anything like that. Even at that though, that makes a fatal assumption that there's any real value or even desire to see packs of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, of the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards from the Master Duel set, be opened, which I question if that is the case. Oh no, it looks like we once again are doing speed duels, which, oh boy, I was hoping that these would never come back. Okay, well, I guess we will play these cards. Pause now if you want to get a general idea of what this loner deck is, and we'll hop in here and we'll see what we can do. If this really is a speed duel, that means we're likely only going to have 30 seconds to play per turn, which, even paying full attention to it, or as much attention as I can muster to it, is really demanding. And it just as a concept, when they first introduced speed duels, didn't make a lot of sense to Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! is so built around just playing forever and cycling over and over again. Well, it's not the same thing. We have 300 seconds, so maybe there's something different, or maybe speed duel is going to be the next special duel. Or, you know, I wouldn't put it past them to say you have 300 seconds in totality. Guess we could do this. Nope, that was not the activation button I wanted to click on. Whatever. During the players, you can banish this card special level 5 or higher. Let's not do that then. It kind of would make more sense to just give you 300 seconds and not reset, but it did just reset there too, so this must not be a speed duel. I must have misread. Which, thank goodness for that. Then I would assume that this is probably more of just a special limitations duel where you're basically going to be forced to use the loner deck, which isn't, I think, much different from just having a special duel that forces you to use loner decks anyways. So yeah, maybe a slight difference there, but not by much. For the accountability section, I finished playing Portal Revolution, and I did not enjoy it. It is definitely the worst of the Portal 2 mods I've played so far, of the 3 Portal mods, and definitely way worse than Portal 1 and Portal 2 from Valve, the official canon games. Portal Revolution in particular sets itself up for failure by doing 2 specific things. One is that it heavily steals, for lack of a better term, or parodies ideas from Portal 2 and Portal 1 already. So you go into chambers and locations, and while you might be a little nostalgic for the idea of seeing those locations a second time, perhaps seeing those locations in a different state, perhaps more broken more often than anything, you'll see it. Since the Portal Revolution mod fan-made sequel happens between the events of Portal 1 and Portal 2, and most of the facility is very broken up, as you see it at the beginning of Portal 2, which leads easily into the second major problem with Portal Revolution, which is you are just not in the world. You're just not in that pure white testing facility world that you see in Portal 1 almost exclusively, at least until you're done doing all the tests. So the first 2/3 at least of Portal 1, yeah, you get very little of that. Instead, you have what is now a 2024 level, year 2024's level of detail in a destroyed testing chamber, where there's grass and there's mushrooms growing on the walls in a few places, and there's sunflowers in a few places, and you can look up and you can see the sky, and you can look off in the distance in a few places and see trees and forest. Aperture Science is supposed to be in Michigan, so yeah. There's just a lot more visually distracting you, making it happen where several times in Portal Revolution I just wasn't certain where I was supposed to go or what I was supposed to do, because there's so much extra. Whereas Portal 1 was play tested to death to be very much minimal, and very much the case that you shouldn't have really struggled to figure out the solution to any of the puzzles in Portal 1. And if you were struggling at all in Portal 1, it probably was from the flinging and the platforming, which the flinging and platforming in Portal is really just to simulate some action in a puzzle game, and doesn't and really shouldn't go to the level that it would be something like Mirror's Edge. Now, it might be cool if a well-funded company like Valve tried to do a parkour character that could run around like the Faith from Mirror's Edge with a portal gun, and then you might even have an antagonist who can do that, who's jumping around and you're chasing after them, which would be an interesting spin on the Portal storyline, instead of just being woken up by some robot and being told to do puzzles by that same robot. Which in Portal Revolution, you're woken up by a robot who is actually fairly nice to you for most of the game, and thus there is just no antagonistic GLaDOS equivalent for most of the game. And thus you lose a lot of the feel of Portal because of that. Yeah, so it makes the writing kind of bad for at least 2/3 of Portal Revolution. Most of the writing is pretty bad. I would say overall. And the mod is just too ambitious. It has about 8 chapters, and I thought it had 5, and it definitely felt like it should have been done in about 4. It would have made more sense to simply break the game in half and put a to be continued and then release the sequel 6 months to a year later as a mod, because there is a very clear point where you could have done that. You could have had there's a point where they introduce teleportation, not using portals, but just a way in which matter could be teleported. And in the Half-Life universe, I think teleportation pretty obviously already exists anyways. And so you get teleported away, and that would have been the perfect point to just say to be continued. But in that, they use the phrase revolution, and there's just nothing revolutionary in Portal Revolutionary. It's irritating. They also have a red portal instead of the blue and orange portals in their logo, and eventually you get a portal gun that makes a red portal, but the red portal working with blue portals does absolutely nothing different. It's just a different color. You would have thought there would have been some possibility of a revolution as a concept, even if it was something simplistic like objects that go inside a red portal are always revolved 90 degrees or 180 degrees, then spinning and revolving things would explain it. There's nothing in Revolution that revolves or spins, and there's not a political revolution really going on either, which that would have been the other thought if you were going to use that phrase, is that you could have had one of the personality spheres of GLaDOS forming a Viva la Resistance, and that could have been written very funny. And now somebody can't make a game called Portal Revolution around that better concept because some fans made a mod and just picked a name at random. If anything, this mod probably should have been called Portal Maintenance Mode, because its story, if it was a little bit better written, would have been a story about how a human is forced to become a janitor at Aperture Science, and then had it been designed around that concept a little bit more, you probably could have made some funny puzzles where you have to put brooms back in broom closets or clean up the facility. But no, there's just none of that really happening either. There are small attempts try this one. There are small attempts in some of the puzzles in Portal Revolution to do something different. They introduced the idea of a wall of water that will wash off acceleration gel and bouncing gel. They use that for maybe 3 or 4 puzzles, which is not anywhere enough. They introduce the idea of sucking things up into tubes and also blowing air out of tubes to manipulate gels in a few places. Part of the problem though is that there are very distinct sections in which you're doing the whole gel thing, and in those distinct sections it doesn't lead to much. Like, it doesn't build on itself, it doesn't continue. The final boss battle is incredibly simplistic, and it's not using any of the gameplay mechanics that would have been new to Portal Revolution. How many traps would we have? Draw more cards. Guess we'll send that to the graveyard and then keep the other one. Seems like I just don't have any Link Summon monsters at all. So it probably is pretty stupid to do this. But I'm learning here. Learning on the fly. Man, that got me nowhere. What did I have open? I guess I had that open in the graveyard. I guess maybe I should always have that open when I'm playing. Yeah, I guess I just really don't have too much more to say about Portal Revolution. I thought I was going to get into Portal Revolution and just use it as an example of trouncing Rethink in its the new version of Rethink in its simplicity and in its lack of polish, which wouldn't have been particularly a fair comparison either. A Steam Greenlight game from 2017 versus a Portal 2 mod from 2024, in also admitting that the visuals for Portal 2 are 100% just used for free, pretty much, I imagine, from Portal 2, which was created by a much more professional team. So yeah, you don't really have to animate much of anything to make a Portal 2 mod if you're not being that ambitious, where Rethink would have had to, in 2017, gone to Unity Asset Store, browse through the Unity Asset Store, or they would have had the 3D model things. And it did look like in Rethink, at least the original version, a lot of the objects were straight up just 3D modeled by hand. So I would actually say Rethink probably spent a lot more work, a lot more effort to get to where it was, and their puzzles were much better and much more connected. It is a little surprising that there isn't a I'm gonna lose again. I think we might be best to move on to the next loner deck at this point, because I've given it 2 tries and it just doesn't feel like this deck can be beat, can win. It seems like some of these events are, some of these special festival events are designed to give you easy to play decks that have very little chance of winning, when obviously a better balance would be easy to play decks that have equal chance of winning compared to more complicated decks that would only have a slight chance, higher chance of winning. After playing Rethink in both its old form and its new form, and playing Puzzle Chambers, which I literally have nothing to say about Puzzle Chambers since it was just a math game that I didn't particularly appreciate. Let's go ahead and just activate this, just in case we have a daily quest around destroying cards. At the very least, we'll start getting prompted. But yeah, having played 3 puzzle games in a row, I'm ready for something different. I also need to schedule things desperately. That's always the case. And at some point I need to think if I can get enough motivation to get back into working on the Smart on Air sign, or I need to just stop talking about the Smart on Air sign altogether and just put it under the list of abandoned projects, which I've had a lot of those in my life, and certainly a lot of people have. Like, it's actually more mentally healthy and better that you would have a lot of projects that you have given up on, and like there's just no I think societies in general around the world put an overemphasis on always finishing what you're starting, or going back and trying if you fail at things, and it's just not actually natural speaking. Like, I had some ideas for a dyslexic font, for instance, a couple of years ago, and I put a little effort into that and thought about it, and in the process it looked like it was going to be a bunch of work, so I backburnered it. And in my research, as far as I can tell, and this is a thing about disabilities in general, is that everybody's disabilities seem often are fairly different, but in my research, everybody who's tried to make a more dyslexic friendly font has failed for the most part. There's some very basic fonts that are recommended where they don't have fancy curly cues and things that can confuse amongst just English language letters. I hear dyslexia is way worse in like Arabic, Islamic lettering, things like that. But you run into a problem where even if you were able to make a font set, it's fairly difficult to install fonts to Android phones. It may be impossible to install fonts on iOS phones. It's not particularly difficult to install fonts on Windows, but nobody does it. And it's definitely doable in Linux, I'm sure, but who knows how difficult, depending on which version of Linux you're using. So there's issues there. There is also issues where the vast majority of what you would be reading on any computer would be on a web page, and it takes extra effort, certainly, to figure out ways to change the font on a web page. This is something that HTML6 should probably address. They very well may not. Like, web pages historically have been designed to allow the creators of the website to force you to view the website the way they want. And a lot of that boiled down to allowing the creators of the website to put ads in front of you and advertise to you. Increasingly, with the desire for ad blocking, there is also a realization that there has not been great accessibility as far as being able to control how websites work. There's a lot of it, but it's not great, in my opinion. Anyways, I guess the point I was making is, in more research, I realized that my dyslexic font probably wouldn't help anybody. And at any point, if I thought it would help people, I could go back to it as a thought. I occasionally toy and play with the idea of lettering as a fandom miss, and I guess lexicography might be the word. How letters are, and as just a mental experiment, I would like to move more to the idea. I'm going to try this deck next. I guess pause now if you want to try and figure out what the cards are. What we would really benefit from is a writing system where letters either lose their meaning if something is added to them. This is interesting art style for this duel completely, or they shift into a more negative value. That way there would be some level of security here. The other thing you could certainly do, and computers can do it, but humans would not really appreciate that, is have some kind of checksum system where when you write something out, somebody couldn't come back and change it. For example, a capital I, you add a dash to the bottom of it, it becomes an L in English lettering. So if there was a way to figure out how you would make a system where drawing a capital I could not in any way be rotated or cropped or edited in I hope that's what I'm supposed to do. Otherwise I have no... I have nothing now. Whoops. Well, I almost certainly would have lost had the person not just surrendered, but I will take that victory and I will move on with my life. I really do just want these 3 victories to get this 1 pack, which I really don't even care about the pack. It would honestly make more sense to skip this whole event in favor of having more time to try and get up in ranked play. Now it's kind of a terrible time to stream right now, but whatever, I can't be consistent on streaming times because the Sony State of Play is happening. Although I don't know if my content in any way actually competes with Sony State of Play. That does remind me, there was one thing about Portal Revolution that was interesting in that it used Steam input, and however it implemented Steam input, and I don't know if this is Portal Revolution as a mod's fault or if this is Steam input's fault, it was implemented very poorly, and so the vast majority of the time when I had a controller and I was playing with a controller and I'd go to the menu, I would not get any button prompts next to any of the actions. But on rare occasion, I would go to the menu and I would get button prompts, and that just felt extremely odd. The buttons and controls seemed fine, but it would be very difficult to know for certain if it actually was fine. I guess this is what you're supposed to do. does. Here. I also, I guess for the accountability section, looked at the idea of making YouTube clips. I'm gonna have to see if I can graciously contact Advanced Scene Switcher's programmer again. He's one of the good ones, I would say, in that he actually does respond and try to be helpful on GitHub compared to some of the other people, frankly, the majority of people I've dealt with on GitHub who have projects listed on GitHub but have neither the skill nor the interest in really doing any community building or being helpful. I looked at like VLC's GitHub, and in their description they straight up say we're going to ignore all pull requests being submissions to add new code on GitHub, and that you have to go somewhere else. Okay, I could equip something, or I could special summon something. I don't know if there's... I think the move here is probably to do something like this. But yep, in its current state, Advanced Scene Switcher does not have an output for how long a recording time has been. So I don't have a way of potentially creating a comma separated value text file of when clips start and when clips end, which would be the basic thing I would need to do, I think. Yeah, I think that would be the first step to making clips, is that I would need to make a CSV file and then have UI Vision make a macro in Firefox to make those clips after each live stream. You can't just make clips and upload clips. It seems. It seems like you can't do that on YouTube. You have to clip it from the existing video, which makes a lot of sense and is really what I'm looking for anyways. So I wanted to link summon this, so have a link summon before link summoning this. That way I can activate this ability. So we can get to that point. Can't do anything more. So, yeah. It would be nice, certainly, if Advanced Scene Switcher just does all the work for me and it can just automatically send something through a signal through the API while you're streaming to YouTube. I'm not sure if such a thing exists. I should probably do a little bit more research before I suggest that. Otherwise it would just be manual. It would be making a program that would make a text file with comma separated values, and then from that point a second program would have to take over, but it may not be that big of a program, and it may not be that hard to program. And it is very possible I'm falling in love with the idea of introducing clips, because it does create yet another avenue in which I could have ownership of searches, more search engine optimization. Clips would be talking about video game news, so if somebody was searching a video game news article and they wanted to watch a YouTube clip and have somebody boringly read it out loud, that would now be an option. Whereas YouTube Shorts are talking about specific games that are coming out. Should I put something like this in the graveyard? That would be kind of crazy, I think. Let's see if this works. Hopefully we can use a couple of these to destroy things. It's wasteful to probably use this to destroy this. I guess the only other thing I could say as far as the accountability section is I'm still watching Farscape. Farscape took a little bit of a turn at some point around season 3. Like, it maybe became a little bit more action focused, a little bit more drama focused. The silliness seems to have been slightly drained. Once Crichton in Farscape loses the chip from his head, and I know in the future that there are going to be sillier episodes, but right now I haven't reached it. But yeah, once Crichton loses the chip in his head, once the blue alien character left the series because they did her dirty and wrong. That blue paint they were using to paint her blue was toxic, and maybe they didn't really know that, but it burned her skin horribly, and seemingly they weren't willing to just replace her appearance, which they almost certainly did her wrong there. Like, it feels like the second you would have had any irritation, unless it was just a level where you got a severe toxic reaction, and that's the first symptom, which that certainly can happen with toxic things, is that the body can only handle so much of something. But after that first incident, she didn't die from it, so it would have made a lot of sense to just do some kind of CGI scene where she was in blue for one scene, and then some accident happens and she is no longer blue. You could have easily said that she, as a plant lady, somehow magically absorbed Crichton's DNA as a human and became part human. That could have given her a whole bunch of new abilities and changed the character up some too, which probably wouldn't have been a terrible idea. But instead she just kind of dies and leaves the show, and I guess that storyline wise also is where the story becomes more serious, is that you had this character now actually dead and not coming back. that actually more than likely was what happened there. Is that they wanted to go into a more serious direction, so they go off the character. There was also some missteps, I think, in earlier episodes of season 3 where they had introduced one of the aliens trying to find his son, and they hadn't really made any progress or indicated that they were actually going to make any progress to find the son. And then all of a sudden they find the son in a big 3-part season finale, and then they have to just get rid of the son to try and maintain the status quo. And I think that is probably the bigger mistake in Farscape, is that they were writing themselves into a corner where several characters were going to just settle down and live together on a farm and no longer be part of the adventure. And even at that, though, it feels like on set there must have been some tensions by that 3rd year, because later in just a couple episodes they introduced this idea that Crichton has been split in half and he has an identical twin now, so that Crichton, the main human character, can be in 2 places at once. One place with one group of aliens, and then one place with another group of more humanoid looking aliens. So that almost feels like they were trying to save budget by having half the episodes take place where they wouldn't have to use any of the puppets anymore. Which I think that really broke up the crew more than even them settling down would have. But the last episode I watched felt very weird, and it kind of felt like very much like a Star Trek Next Generation episode, one of the lesser Star Trek Next Generation episodes, where you're just going to a planet and you're following the story and the lives of the characters on that planet, where Farscape had really never been like that up until that point. It was always a case where the main cast of aliens in Farscape maybe go to a planet, but you're still following the main cast of aliens. You're not you're not following a whole different group of people, with the main cast of aliens being kind of just backstory. Yeah, maybe some of these more serious episodes would have made sense if they were mixed in earlier in the series overall. They rushed it, certainly, in the first season, with the main cast of aliens becoming friends and trusting each other, when there could have been a lot of strife and conflict at the beginning, and then by season 3 there could have been more earned trust amongst the main cast of aliens, or better earned trust. But another aspect on that too is there's just not as much wild and wackiness as I think I would have liked in the episodes overall. Unlike Star Trek The Next Generation, the main cast of crew are always being chased by some enemy, and they never really get that breather, where in Next Generation you're just going to a place because you've been ordered there to do some mission, which maybe that's in part the difference between a lot of the episodes of Next Generation compared to Voyager, where a lot of the episodes in Voyager you're struggling or fighting with enemies or being chased by enemies. There is also a theme in Farscape where the characters are supposed to be screw-ups, but they really needed to have more episodes where they sometimes succeed right and can show off that they can be heroic or smart or just good at some things instead of being constant screw-ups. If you make the... I'm gonna play this deck now. Come back here and let people look at it. Pause now if you want to look at this deck. If you make them constant screw-ups, you get too close to the parody series Lex, where the joke is that by the end of every episode you're going to end up blowing up the planet and killing everybody, and you just kind of don't care because the cast on Lex are scumbags with no real morals and don't have enough thoughts in their brain to do that. Yep. And it is very much the opposite problem in Lex. When Lex tries to do a serious episode, which they tried to do a few of them, it comes off a little weird compared to the sillier episodes. But it's also probably very unfair to compare Farscape to Lex. Because Farscape just had a much better chance of succeeding, way more funding, went longer. Still totally ruined by the Sci-Fi Channel's unwillingness to just fund those kinds of shows forever, which is what the Sci-Fi audience really would have wanted. Like, if I was the Sci-Fi Channel and I really wanted to succeed, when I first launched, I would have said, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna keep making Star Wars and Star Trek shows. We're gonna fund whatever we can fund that we can put the name of Star Wars and Star Trek on. We'll go forever. We don't care how bad it gets, and we don't care how low the views are, as long as they don't go too low, because you would just have, particularly when the Sci-Fi Channel launched, you would have had an audience for decades willing to watch very poor quality Star Wars and Star Trek stuff. And then when you had a success like Eureka, you would have, the right move would have been to make as much Eureka as possible, and then if the audience and the actors are getting a little too old, reboot it and make a new cast of characters. Do what NCIS has done, or CSI. Like, when you look at the basic channels, they definitely have gone in that direction. You have game shows like Wheel of Fortune that have just been going on forever, or Price is Right. They've literally expanded Price is Right and Deal or No Deal into the night times, because those still get views and don't cost that much to make. They have continued to make NCISs, CSIs, shows like that, cop procedurals or police procedurals. There's just an audience always there and always willing to watch it, even though that audience is fairly quickly dying out. Meanwhile, in comparison, as far as I understand what the Sci-Fi Channel is doing now, I haven't watched them in a very, very long time, probably 15 to 20 years. So I'm really just talking out of my butt. But I think the Sci-Fi Channel is literally just showing movies. And very often it's not even science fiction movies. And they're getting enough views from that for that little amount of investment that they're happy to make the Sci-Fi Channel just be a movie channel. And if they want it, and they're probably just too cheap to try and rebrand or change the name. It's a little surprising that channels don't rebrand more often. They definitely aren't like restaurants or bars in particular, where changing the name and getting some new attention is the name of the game every 15 years or so. Yeah, I've over the past couple weeks watched also some of the newest episodes of Bar Rescue, and they've been fairly nice. So I don't know if they are winding up for one terrible twist, or if this is just a case where they are going in a nicer direction. We're summoning a lot of things here, but if we can't get past this 2800, do I have anything else to talk about? This should be our last game, and with luck, we will win, and then I won't have to deal with this. Otherwise, I may just play off screen. 2200, 2000, 1900, 2300. Let's take this one in defense mode, and then this low one. Let's see what else we can do. So we could attack here, and do 15 damage. Next try. That's the card that I have the wallpaper enabled on. There we go. I would have looked at that card had it given me the opportunity, but I don't think there's a way to do that from this point. Let's see. Oh yeah, we can. So Gold Pride Starter Leon is one tuner and one non-tuner monster. During the main phase, you can target one face-up monster it controls. This card gains the attack equal to the target's original attack. Then if your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can destroy that monster. You can only use the previous effect of Gold Pride Star Leon once per turn. Once per turn during the end phase. If your previous effect was activated this turn, return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon Gold Pride Leon from your deck or graveyard. Which, that is a massive amount of text written fairly confusingly. This might be one of the newest cards from Japan, so I wouldn't be surprised if they reprint it with better text. But this is kind of just a great example of some key phrases needing to be added. Once per turn, as a phrase probably, needs to be boiled down into an icon. During the end phase is probably a key phrase that needs to be boiled down to an emoji icon. Special summon Should be a key phrase boiled down to an icon. And the other card here, Gold Pride Leon, looks different. Okay. Apparently this is also related to several other Gold Pride cards. So there's obviously a Gold Pride deck worth potentially building, maybe not worth potentially playing. And we got the pack, which means we can show this selection pack, the secret pack. I imagine it's a secret pack being opened, which this would have been the problem had I played off screen, is that you aren't allowed to just wait to open the pack. You have to open it now. And I guess this is a selection pack because this is 8 cards from that expansion, although notably only one of them is actually new to me. And I wouldn't be surprised if when I click OK here, it's going to take me to a totally different screen. Nope, it didn't. So that special duel ends when, as far as the tryout duel? Basically in a couple of hours, in a day or so. Yeah, so good thing I got it in this case, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten it. Meanwhile, this season is over and has ended, so I don't think we had any real reason to play now, but we'll definitely have a lot of reason to play later when we get knocked back down to Gold Tier 5. We have all of these daily quests done. We've got a new login, and we need just to Duel Live, which I probably forget to do the Duel Live a lot of times. I would heavily suspect that that's the case, as I forget quite often. I also installed the Godot engine on my computer. Just have it installed. Like, I'm just by default installing some programs just in case I ever decide to actually want to do something with it. But I don't know what I really want to do to it. It's stupid to even begin to think about making like a Steam Deck music player, which is what I was thinking about making in Godot, without, at the very first thing, emailing Steam Direct and making sure that they would approve a Steam Deck music player, particularly one that would be based off of VLC. And the video LAN client player, and whether they would allow for, or I could even program it to do special power saving abilities for the Steam Deck in particular. I did see a YouTube video of somebody who had left their Steam Deck OLED running a burn-in test program for 750 hours, and like all OLEDs, yes, it burnt in to the screen a little bit. If you just run the exact same image in HD content or standard definition content, no, not HD, high dynamic range content or standard dynamic range color content at certain nits of brightness, he was able to burn in OLEDs. In particular, he had the Samsung screen. There's 2 screen manufacturers for the OLED version. I'm just going down my Twitter right now, opening a bunch of tabs, probably mostly from the state of play. But there's no real surprise there. Yes, any OLED, here's the state of play. It will begin in 15 minutes. That was more than 15 minutes ago. And feature 15 plus games over 40 minutes, which probably means that the state of play is still going on. In real world application though, you wouldn't burn into your Steam OLED in any way that you would care unless you're playing the same game over and over again with the same heads-up display. I don't think there's any, well, pretty obviously, since he was able to burn in anything, there was no anti-burn-in protection or image retention protection on the Steam Deck that would have moved things around or flashed the screen black for a fraction of a second if the pixels stay the same for too long. That programmatically could be added, certainly, to prevent burn-in, but you're already taking 750 hours to have burn-in. The main thing to take from this is don't spend a ton of money between $250 to $650 to buy a Steam Deck and play one game only over and over again without knowing that you should probably do something else with your screen every few hours. It's definitely not really a concern. There was a similar YouTube video where somebody left a game running on their OLED version of the Nintendo Switch for 1,000 hours and got burning. You're just going to have that happen. They are not designed for that issue, which really only makes a good argument that you shouldn't use OLEDs or LCDs for digital signage, but usually it's so cheap to do that, and it would be so expensive to try to some other kind of digital signage that it's just worth letting the screens get burnt in and then eventually throwing away the TV. When you can spend $300 on a monitor and let it get burned in and then replace it in 3 or 4 years, that's going to be way cheaper than trying to have some kind of individual light emitting diode matrix that you would have to put much further away and have a much larger screen for. Something that you would see at the in the case of like football fields and things like that. That kind of signage is too expensive to really consider. Anyways, let's gain some momentum here and start talking. Apparently Unity developers can now start building apps for the Apple Vision Pro. Reminder, the Apple Vision Pro is $3,500, I think, and it does not have any controller that it comes with or even recommends. So, nor does it have just hand sensing technology as far as I know by default. So, making an app in Unity, you need to recognize all that. Plus, you also have the problems of Unity overall and their service fee. You also have the problems of Apple trying to pull a Unity and have a service fee in the European Union, where Apple iOS has been forced to allow third-party sideloading. They're still trying to put a bunch of registration fees and regulations around the ability to sideload instead of just it actually being an open marketplace. I think there is also something to be pointed out in that we probably will start to see a split between engines like the Unity engine that is open to the idea of building applications that aren't games, and engines that are designed specifically really only to be used in video games. And those are most likely going to be the engines that are actually only being used by one company as their own proprietary engine. The Unreal Engine has in the past pushed the idea that you could use the Unreal Engine to make movies and TV also, although I'm not sure the Unreal Engine really is pushed in any hard amount to make other kinds of applications other than games or forms of entertainment. The Unity engine is definitely pushing to have more productivity apps and non-game apps made in the Unity engine, and I think right now the Godot engine is probably making a mistake in that it is growing really fast but needs to take that next step and start to writing up some guides and starting to promote itself as being something that is capable of making other kinds of applications too. Because right now you have the video game community fairly enthusiastic to move from Unity to the Godot engine, which will get you a lot of eyeballs and a lot of enthusiasm. So your best bet would be to try and grow your community even further while you still have that momentum and that enthusiasm, and say, you know what, there's really no reason why you couldn't make an application in the Godot engine. And then you might have more support, more people that have already used the Godot engine and know how to make things in the Godot engine, compared to using some other engine that might be very specialized to just making applications, which overall I would say that's probably the no engine solution is probably most popular in that case, where you're just making a program using Visual Studio and whatever libraries you directly import into Visual Studio, and you're maybe using a little bit of DirectX to render graphics and things. There is also a fairly large support split these days where people really don't want Windows applications. They don't want something that looks like a Windows applications that is just using the old-fashioned Windows buttons and forms and input fields. They want to make more custom, modern UI looking images, and that's gonna require some fancier programming. Moving on, Silent Hill 2, this is from Video Games Chronicle. Silent Hill 2's latest trailer shows modernized combat gameplay, speaking of modern, which that is definitely a question to answer here. We'll watch this blurred trailer, so hopefully we won't get content ID claimed. A lot of what Silent Hill 2 is, as far as I understand it, is a walking around puzzle game with monsters sometimes appearing, and sometimes you actually have to boss fight them, but it seems like a lot of times you can also just try to avoid them. I feel like Silent Hill was much closer to being even less like the original Resident Evil 1, where you were solving a lot of puzzles in Resident Evil 1. But yeah, overall this feels like anytime you are encountering a enemy in Silent Hill 2, you're probably messing up and having a bit of a desperate struggle. Even where we see he has a gun and a shotgun, I imagine bullets are not going to be particularly effective, and I imagine the bullets will be fairly scarce. Also, looking at these enemies, it feels like there's more variety of enemies in this modern Silent Hill 2 game than what I think I've ever seen in the old Silent Hill 2 games, which means you're probably going to end up fighting more enemies overall. Silent Hill apparently is technically ready, according to the Bloober team CEO, although this still inherently comes down to Konami, which is not on this screenshot. We have an Unreal Engine screenshot, we have Bloober Team's screenshot, we have PlayStation 5 icon, and wishlist now. Konami not being shown at all here, which seems weird. Maybe Konami realizes it. There is a watermark up here that says Konami. I guess that's the trade-off. But yeah, Konami would be wise to change their name, at least in the West. Rebrand, say that, pretend like they actually care about games again, and that they've decided to change their ways, even though the suspicion is heavily in the case that they really haven't changed their ways and that they just need some money fast. And once all these Silent Hill licensed games come out, they will probably just abandon them very quickly and go back to doing other kinds of business, running gyms or whatever they were doing instead. But even in that, I guess if these licensed games actually turn out good, and there is some kind of way here that we can have a Silent Hill rebooted series for a new generation, that's better than nothing. Although we still have nothing as far as the original Silent Hill game. There needs to be something called Silent Hill 1, and we still haven't seen that yet. Sony Interactive Entertainment and Kojima Productions have announced an action espionage game called Fizzant. No, yeah, I guess that's Fizzant. Production is going to begin after Death Stranding 2, which I think this inherently admits that there probably shouldn't be a Death Stranding 3. Is this just 2 minutes and 15 seconds of them standing here talking to a screen? I think it is. This is a pretty good confirmation, I would say, that Sony Interactive Entertainment is planning on still being around in 6 to 8 years, which is an interesting thought. And apparently that entire presentation was a green screen transition to a drone shot. It is a video game, it's not a movie. But then there is also the question about just who is this person? Is this the new guy in charge, and they just haven't announced it yet, of Sony Interactive Entertainment? Because right now, where you still have the old people in charge. And certainly that could lead to more speculation about, is Sony Interactive Entertainment going to become more tightly controlled by the Japanese branches and parent companies of Sony? And as such, the first hint at that is that you have a Japanese developer signing on to make a game that is probably going to be an exclusive, or at least it's going to be a timed exclusive. But then you run into the problem with Kojima Productions and the fact that Kojima, despite being born in Japan and being of Japanese nationality, is as Hollywood as you can get. So he definitely is a Hollywood transplant, like most Hollywood transplant. Most people in Hollywood are not born in Hollywood. So this may still be a hint that the status quo of Sony Interactive Entertainment being run out of California is still going to be very much a California-based company with more of a California-based way of thinking. Probably means none of that, and I'm reading too much into it. The BioShock creator, which this is another great problem here, is that many people worked on the first Bioshock game. It's not fair to just always mention Ken Levine as being the creator of Bioshock and leave out everybody else. But whatever. His new company has premiered a new trailer for Judas, which is a single-player first-person shooter in development at the new studio Ghost Story. I thought it was called Ghost Story Studios, but I guess I'm wrong. Judas, for the most part, in its first trailer, and it's YouTube age restricted, looked very much like you're doing something similar to System Shock with just way better visuals, and that's pretty much all it visually was promising. And that trailer for Judas came out, it feels like 2 years ago. Ken Levine and all the projects Ken Levine has been involved with since Bioshock 1 have had this notorious history of taking way too long to be developed and being really ambitious, that for Bioshock Infinite, which then they scaled back a ton of the ambition that was shown behind the scenes, I hear, for private trailers and demos, and then they even scaled back from what was publicly shown from public trailers and videos from Bioshock Infinite. There definitely was entire gameplay, entire storyline elements shown in trailers for Bioshock Infinite that aren't in the game. It is fairly well known that the abilities of Elizabeth, I believe is her name, in Bioshock Infinite were going to play a much larger role, and probably we're going to go through portals to different realities, and have entirely different types of worlds that you were interacting in, levels that you were playing in. The actual final product, you are just in Columbia the entire time in Bioshock Infinite. So I would warn, certainly, as far as getting hyped about any game, but I definitely would also warn about getting hyped about Judas. We go through these same mistakes over and over again, where the quote-unquote creator of Dead Space forms a new company and makes the Callisto Protocol, and then it comes out and it's not what we were expecting or what we really wanted. And since then, the creator of Dead Space has moved yet again, and there's inherently this issue where you can be fairly fly-by-night and scammy with your career in the video game industry, because at least up until recently, there's always another publishing company that, if you give them a good sales pitch, if you have a name behind you, they're willing to give you funding to develop a game. And then, like many programmers or creative people, a lot of times you work on those creative endeavors and you spend way too much resources making the creative endeavors, and then they're just not really received that well by the public. A lot of times it is a flash in the pan. Creative people do one, maybe two amazing pieces of art, and then they fail miserably on hundreds of other pieces of art, or they do all right with the other pieces of art. Yeah, there's certainly some truth to that. Also, the scales are just wrong. People forget that, like, the Sistine Chapel was funded by the Catholic Church and took decades to paint, or the Mona Lisa was done multiple times over, it seems, in practice, like crazy. And almost certainly the Mona Lisa was funded by a patronage of some rich person, probably a king or queen, and you just don't have that in the modern system of capitalism as far as making video games. It'd be nice if it was the case. If here's my pitch for universal basic income, if people did just have their resources met and they could spend 30 years working on a game like Judas, that might work very well. Although I would question whether Ken Levine would be willing to live on peanuts to create a video game like Judas, or whether it isn't more of a case where he'll only work on big expensive projects. Well, I've never heard of a big name like Ken Levine saying, you know what, I'm going to cut my paycheck down to almost nothing and work on this charity project and make this game that's a small indie game, and we're going to self-publish it, and it's not going to cost anywhere that much. It's almost always the case that they want the big funding to make their games look better, often to aggrandize their own ego, in my suspicion. Moving on, Zenless Zone Zero is adding a PS5 version. This is a free-to-play urban fantasy action game. This is another part of the state of play. It would be, I think, mostly another hint that there's a bear here. Interesting. That there is perhaps more focus on Eastern games, Eastern looking games with anime styles coming out of Sony, but also this would just be a case of Sony only really having to say yes to that. Larry Herb, formerly as Xbox Major Nelson, possibly going back to being known as Xbox Major Nelson, probably not. But we have here a tweet from an hour ago that he had his first meeting back at Xbox and Microsoft since he left. Saw many friends and faces that I miss, like IOCat, Chris Carla, which I think that may have been one of the people that was on the Xbox podcast. Interesting, there's a whole QR code here. I wonder if there's something important on this QR code as far as more information. Yeah, if anything, you'd expect this QR code to go to some kind of private server that would be a picture of Larry Herb. That way you can make sure that the right person is actually wearing the tag and you didn't swap tags at some point. And it's actually fairly hard on Windows. I had to install a program to scan QR codes on Windows. It's not just built in. It's not like I can just click there or draw a box there, or that it would just recognize it, which you'd think Firefox and browsers would just recognize QR codes or have some kind of right-click option to, but there probably is a plugin. It is probably unrelated, but it's also worth mentioning that the Kind of Funny Games podcast had the guy who runs Double Fine on it. Wish I could remember his name now. This is bad news reporting to not have all the facts in front of you. But if you're seeing the Double Fine guy in charge, president, whatever, going to an outside podcast and talking, that's showing that Microsoft is being fairly lenient. If you're seeing Larry Herb being brought into Microsoft to have a meeting, that's fairly lenient too. Today in particular, they may literally be having a meeting where they're watching the Sony State of Play, and then they are making decisions based on that, decisions that might involve bringing back Larry Herb, maybe Phil Spencer going to a different position, or decisions that might even be larger than that. They may have Larry Herb just consulting. It would be kind of funny if it turned out what they did is they wanted Larry Herb out of the picture so that they could acquire Activision Blizzard, then lay off a whole bunch of people when it's not under Larry Herb's command, and then they'll bring back Larry Herb now, and he'll seem like the good guy that doesn't lay off a bunch of people. That would be weird, certainly, to do that. I've never seen that done before. It might also be, I mean, it could be anything. So this is, again, just baseless speculation. It might be a case, though, that now that all the layoffs have happened and the dust has settled, whoever was around that might have clashed with Larry Herb may not be around. Although it would be very weird to have Larry Herb leave because they were acquiring another company that has somebody that would have clashed with Larry Herb. Again, baseless speculation. But there is certainly this aspect here where Larry Herb, Major Nelson, is one of the lucky / rich people that can just have a YouTube, have a Twitter and sit around for months. Like, it was July 14th, 2023 when he took a step back, and he has not announced any form of project or employment other than he's going to be on the board of one company. That's all he said so far. Which, yeah, most people can't do that. Most people can't say, I'm going to take even 1 month off from earning money, let alone multiple months off from earning money. Moving on, back to video game news in general. Konami has released a free-to-play PS5 game called Silent Hill: The Short Message. This surprise release is available to download now, exclusively on the PS5. Which, the short message, I imagine, is really just a short gameplay. Yeah, I would call it a demo, or this is literally just all you're going to get as far as Silent Hill 1. Something that just kind of briefly recaps the events of Silent Hill 1, but because nobody really wants to remake Silent Hill 1. And I guess this might be directly from Silent Hill. From Konami. Visuals look nice. It seems like you may be playing as a lady. So I'm probably taking this the wrong way, though. This, if I was to guess, is some attempt at a spin-off game that really isn't connected to Silent Hill 1 at all, but is also just not really going to be connected to any of the numbered games in the series. And there they're showing off a gross looking bathroom that seems like they're trying to evoke memories of PT as a playable teaser. And if anything, it feels like this is them trying to redo a playable teaser in the form of a full game. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Konami straight up tries to rebrand the short message as a playable teaser. So anytime anybody searches playable teaser, they're not getting results about how Konami took down PT, and the only people that could play PT at this point are people that have it installed on their PlayStation 3 and haven't done anything else with their PlayStation 3. Which, come to think of it, that might be me. Yeah, I think I still have PT on my PlayStation 3. I may be one of the few things. I imagine people have uploaded it and you can just burn it, a ROM of PT, so it's probably not that big of a deal, but I just was just thinking about that. It's like, my PlayStation 3 is my only Blu-ray player, but also it does potentially have PT on it. Yeah, let's just move on. Still fairly confused. Wouldn't it make a lot of sense for their first announcement before they release anything else for it to just be Silent Hill 1? These games feel like they are coming out of order, and that it definitely has that Konami feel where they just don't care if you play the games in order. If Capcom had released like Resident Evil 2, then they had released Resident Evil 1, then they released Resident Evil 5. I don't think anybody would like that, and that's basically what they're doing here. It just feels like a lack of caring for your own product and its release schedule by letting so many Silent Hill things come out so close to each other. And it is almost certainly going to be a slap in the face, whether it's intended or not, to the Bloober team now, as Konami is releasing this short message side game for free, while Bloober team is trying to promote its other Silent Hill game. We are going to be in this weird situation after decades, it feels like, of not having any Silent Hill games, in that we're going to be oversaturated with Silent Hill games over the course of a year or two. That's just silly. And that's basic, like, business. Like, you should know that, even if you aren't in the video game industry. You should know you don't oversaturate the market. And Konami definitely is not trying to release too much of anything else. Yes, it has the remasters of the Metal Gear games and then Metal Gear Delta in the works, but they don't really have any new games that I think they've announced. They did, I think, patch some of those Metal Gear games so that they are now Steam Deck compatible, although a new patch later might make them uncompatible if they added DRM, which is a possibility, always. Moving on, Sonic X Shadow Generations is coming this year with a new story campaign. This is an update of the 2011 platformer with a release this autumn. Yeah. Every time I see a date that's in the 2010s, I feel like I really missed out on that entire decade as far as playing video games. I was playing video games probably at that time, but not at a high enough level for the ever-increasing amount of games that are coming out. And so, yeah, there's a lot of catching up to do if I were to ever catch up. Of course, remakes makes it easier to catch up. Stellar Blade has a new trailer and release date. The game previously was known as Project Eve. This is the game developed by Shift Up, the makers of the now defunct mobile game Destiny Child that I played for a long time and have not gone back to in its memorial version because there's just no new content or nothing to play. Stellar Blade is very ambitious, and I think in part is being funded by Tencent. Shift Up literally has only made 2 mobile games before this point. One being Destiny Child, which never got any real success in the West, in part because of its bad name. Shift Up is a Korean company, and potentially it might be the biggest, most ambitious Korean video game company. And then the next game they made was Nikkei Goddess of Victory, which has worked fairly well, better for them with Tencent's funding. But yeah, there's a slight split between the live 2D, 3D models in Destiny Child and Nikkei Goddess of Victory in the Unity engine or Unreal Engine. I bet this is Unreal Engine game that they are trying to make here. This is way more ambitious. It has a lot of smooth animation. One of the things that is a connecting thread for Shift Up is that they have a president that has a desire to show a decent amount of skin, so you have these anime girls showing a decent amount of skin, although, or having really tight fitting latex clothing. But compared to Destiny Child and Nikkei Goddess of Victory, this is really nothing. This is definitely targeting the more censorious PlayStation 5 market and targeting a larger market overall. Interesting. Just got a double jump there, so that might be more of a Metroidvania game than I thought. And this trailer is showing a lot of new stuff that was not available in the teaser trailers up until this point. Up until this point, we've only really seen this one character at fighting enemies. Now we're seeing her talk to people, being in a city, gaining a double jump ability. I'm not 100% sure if this is something that's going to be closer to a Metroid game or closer to a Final Fantasy game or a Nier Automata game. I imagine maybe it might be like Nier Automata, where you go to different places and you run around and talk to people a little bit, but then a lot of it is going to lead towards boss fights. And it may have maybe just some open world encounters also. There's a lot more content here. But the two things you're going to run into, certainly in this trailer, and I think I am just going to watch all 6 minutes of this trailer. So some kind of upgrade, purchasing, skill abilities. Yeah, it does kind of feel like it's a Nier Automata game or a Final Fantasy game. This is a lot of new stuff. But yeah, the two things that I think could kill Stellar Blade, other than it just being a new game from a relatively unknown company, with Tencent funding it, which could be a problem in itself, is that it may come off as too Korean or too Japanese. I imagine a lot of people are just going to look at this and say this is just a Japanese game. And then it will just fall into the same pit of Japanese RPG games that are pretty decent but don't ever get any kind of coverage or adoption in the West. There is, amongst mainstream video game journalism, a lack of desire at all to say anything positive about Eastern games or even give them a try. That has not really changed in probably the decade or so that I've been tightly following mainstream video game journalism. And then the game could also be in a mushy middle where perhaps the fandom of something like Nier Automata would want even more skin showing and even more skimpy outfits, in that 2B in her crazy outfit was extremely popular. And then there was also a concern of just polish here. Like there's a lot of room to failure, where Shift Up really just should not have the level of programming skill to be able to make a game like this. It doesn't make sense. And the only thing I think I could guess as to how they've even gotten this far on the trailer, I imagine some of these animations might get annoying if you're doing them too often. My guess of what is probably happening here is that Tencent, as the parent company, has a bunch of unnamed second-party developers helping Shift Up develop Stellar Blade. And I keep saying Tencent because I'm pretty sure Tencent is the parent company, but I might actually be wrong about that. We will find out April 26th if the Stellar Blade is well received or not, or if it's a good game or not. They did learn at least a lesson here in that they changed Project Eve, which would have been kind of a hard game to search, I imagine, in the future, to Stellar Blade, which is more unique and probably easier to copyright worldwide. Mojang and Takabaka veterans have formed a game company called Roro to create a digital dollhouse. I feel like the story had already come out. No rules, no goals, no anxiety, including social features. No anxiety inducing social features. Play with rewarding tools to allow you to express yourself, is the headline quote here. Who is important at Mojang? That's a mean question to ask, certainly, but it does certainly point out something. I know Dinnerbone was kind of the only person back when I was paying a lot of attention to the development of Minecraft, probably 12 years ago or so. And then you had Notch, but Notch has long since retired and gone away from Mojang and doesn't work there anymore and sold Minecraft to Microsoft. Notch notably also hasn't released anything of note, even though it would make some sense that he should have, and it seemed like he wanted to make some small indie, small scale video game. It doesn't seem like he's done anything at all. So yeah, unless you told me Dinnerbone, or whatever his real name was, of Mojang, have formed this new company, then it's just going to be groups of people that I won't recognize. The senior gameplay programmer Daniel Wustenhoff previously held the same role at Mojang. The tech director Christoph Jelberg, another Mojang veteran and co-founder, and CEO William Sampson, who previously was the general manager of a Swedish mobile studio called Toka Boka. These are all Swedish names, too. They're joined by a 3D artist named Sandra Schnell and programmer Martin Kings and co-founder and chairman Robin Fluden. If anything, this probably is just an indication that people at Mojang are reading the writing on the wall, which is that they are being asked to do more with Minecraft and they are failing miserably to do anything more with Minecraft. Yes, Minecraft has gotten some new features and continues to get support, but Microsoft pushed very much to introduce a digital marketplace with the Bedrock edition of Minecraft and try and get microtransactions and try and turn it into something closer to Fortnite, where they could just sell V-Bucks. On top of that, Microsoft pushed Minecraft to be several other types of games, which none of those other types of games worked. Minecraft did not turn into the next Pokemon in the same way, and even the next Pokemon game really isn't the way Minecraft wanted it. Microsoft wanted Minecraft to be like Pokemon was in Pokemon's heyday, where you could make a Pokemon pinball game, where you could make a Pokemon stadium where the creatures were just fighting, and those side non-RPG Pokemon games would still sell. Whereas modern times, Pokemon Sleep app, not really selling much. Let's Go Pokemon, the walking app, was fairly successful, and I think there was a Minecraft walking augmented reality app, and I don't think that succeeded either, or they gave up in production with it. yeah, and there's just not that much you can, I think, actually do with Minecraft. And you just own it, support it. Maybe Microsoft learned that lesson, and now that they've acquired Activision Blizzard, they've realized they should just own and support games and not try to monetize or over monetize the games in new spin-off cases. Let's see. More bad news as far as the video game working market. Sega of America is going to reportedly lay off 10% of the staff. That is 61 employees in March, which I think this numbers need to start becoming a counter. I don't think I want to spend the energy on it because it is kind of negative, but it does make sense, particularly for like GameDeveloper.com. This is a Video Games Chronicle article, but it would make sense if a website like GameDeveloper.com just had a ticking counter where it added up every single number of employees laid off. It's time, I think, particularly helpful for new generations of people who want to work in the video game industry, for them to be gently broken out of the fantasy of it and realize that it's actually a very unstable, very bad job market, and so your passion and enthusiasm is going to be exploited against you in that industry if you do decide to enter it. So be aware of that, at least, not to inherently just dissuade everybody to not become a video game employee, developer of some sort. But yeah, for the state of the industry, we probably should have, for the state of the economy in general, we probably should have websites that just have ticking numbers of how many layoffs have happened in multiple industries, and just get a general, more realistic view of what the health of the economy is. Whereas most people, when they try to make an argument about how healthy an economy is, they're looking at the CEOs, the stockholders, the shareholders, which I heard somebody describe issuing shares as a way of effectively taxing or stealing money out of the employees' potential paycheck to hand it to investors who aren't putting any labor into the company. Now, investors will definitely argue that they were investing in the company by putting money in to make money, but the people who decide what the value of somebody's labor is versus the people who decide how much a dollar of investment is are biased, to say the least. I also feel like it's important to start making this argument. This is where the ugliness of capitalism and greed in general happens. This is where a manager who might be a low-level manager takes that one more step over the line to being morally evil, for lack of a better term. Like, when you are the low-level manager that gets the order from above that to lay off 61 employees, the fact that you don't just say, no, you can fire me and die on your sword, well, that's a choice, and that choice is either for the good, to die with, to fall on your sword figuratively and say, no, I'm not going to fire these employees, you can fire me, and find somebody else to fire them. But yeah, those are the levels of decisions in management that you're presented with, and almost exclusively, to succeed in management, you have to choose the greater evil that affects more people and affects the poorest of the group more often. And yes, when you are a upper manager, a president, a CEO, something like that, you're making these decisions on a daily basis to do something that, for the lack of a better term, is evil. You're deciding to force people, particularly when you're laying off, to be unemployed, to struggle, to have extra stress and frustration. And sometimes your decisions don't seem that evil because you might just be trying to grow your business, and then you make a mistake, and your mistake then forces you to lay off a bunch of people and do that act of evil. But yeah, at that point, being irresponsible can often lead to doing something that is, again, quote unquote evil. The main point here is, and you see this posted on things like Reddit and explained in different ways, is millionaires aren't just magically millionaires. Billionaires aren't magically billionaires. That they made decisions, and most of those decisions were morally wrong to have that massive amount of wealth. And almost none of them make any decision to take significant portions of their wealth at that point that they become a millionaire or a billionaire, and even try and fund it into any kind of good venture that they'll give to a charity here and there. Often they'll pick kind of terrible charities that people don't really benefit much from, but there's straight up a level of you basically have to call it a religion of greed that billionaires and millionaires either grow up with because their parents were rich, and that mentality of greed, that religion of greed, was taught to them from their birth, or that they just embrace for one reason or other. They teach it to themselves, and they learn it to themselves, as far as their idea of being good is to make themselves more money. Their idea of being morally right is to somehow increase the overall economy in the stock market, which the stock market is used as a mask in that case to hide the actual poverty rate of the vast majority of people who don't have anything invested in the stock markets. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that many corporations force employees to have a 401k that is invested in the stock market, there would be basically nobody invested in the stock market at all. It would just be people who have $500,000 or more investing in the stock market. And it probably would be better if that was the case, and 401ks were, instead of being investment schemes in the stock market, were exclusively high yield savings accounts and bonds from the US government, which would give very specific amounts of return with no chance of failing. Many times people with 401ks have lost lots of money and not particularly known about it or realized it until it was too late. Anyways, I'm probably talking on too many subjects at once, but I do think the argument needs to be made that there is evil happening here when somebody decides to lay off people. Firing people for cause might be a little bit of a different argument, but it usually isn't, because in my opinion, most people who are fired for cause don't really deserve to be fired for cause. A lot of people get fired for cause just because it lets them try to avoid paying unemployment insurance. There are definitely people that deserve to be fired for cause, but often at the management level, like Bobby Kotick, probably should have been fired for cause. Instead he got to retire with a golden parachute instead, just because he was upper management or the president of Activision Blizzard. Let's see. Here's the same story from GameDeveloper.com. They have filed 2 warn notices that indicate that job cuts will take place in the month. I think warn notices are something required in California. Yeah, Irving, California. Yeah, warn notices must be submitted by employees with over 100 workers at least 60 days before they plan to enact layoffs or closures. It's not a terrible law, but it is, I think, exclusive to California. Being given 60 days notice that you're going to be laid off really lets you sit back and work on finding more employment. WARN, I guess, stands for Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act. Now, better than having just a law that says you must give 60 days warning if you have over 100 workers in total. It would be better if it was a union job where there was a hard level of negotiation that stopped people from laying off people flippantly, and potentially a job pool where people who left Sega of America would go work, or not work, but be trained at the job pool for potential employment as the first ones in line for new hires at other union facilities. Let's see. Noticeably, speaking of unionization, the Sega of America did unionize. And it doesn't seem like they care, and they're going to just try and lay off people anyways. Definitely seems like it would become the case now that people have been warned that they're going to be laid off, that they might try to join the union to prevent that, or hope that the union tries to prevent it. We'll see how successful this Aegis Allied Employees Guild Improving Sega, CWA, part of a local branch of the Communication Workers of America. It'll be interesting to see how successful they are. But yeah, it is interesting to see Sega of America, being a subsidiary of a Japanese company of Sega, being anti-union, but not super surprising. I'm sure almost every business in Japan is anti-union, but can't do anything or say anything about it, since there's just so much more worker protections written into the Constitution of Japan that was literally written by the United States. It was the hope of the president at the time to implement a second Workers' Bill of Rights, and it never got made into law. Had that one plan actually gone through, then there would have been so much more protection for workers in the United States, and we almost certainly would have been in a better economy at this time, although that's really hard to prove. I'm just throwing out my opinion there. The Resident Evil 4 remake sales have topped 6.48 million, which is a number to keep in mind because Palworld has topped, I believe, 19 million, which I have to admit, I'm just on the outside on that point there. Like, there is a much larger audience of games these days, and the niche fandom of gamers from the old generations who would have wanted to play a horror game, which was always a small subset of gamers of the old days, is just relatively way smaller now. 7 million is certainly nothing to scoff at, but when you put it against 20 million sales, it's just a night and day difference. Although in fairness, that is going to be the comparison for basically any game that is available, and there is just going to be a wide gap from free to start or free to play games compared to full price games like Resident Evil 4 Remake. And in fairness, there's also issues where Palworld is relatively a new game, whether or not you think it's aping the imagery of Pokemon. I heard somebody say it actually looks more like animals that are the squish animal toys, which that may come into a copyright lawsuit at some point when you start to think about all the non-Pokemon, Pokemon-esque animal creatures that have existed in different form factors. Digimon is almost certainly going to come into play there too, and that if Nintendo tries to claim every single animal type creature, Digimon's going to have a major problem there. And Digimon very possibly came first before Pokemon, so if anybody has room to complain, it would have been Digimon. Video Games Chronicle says that PDP, I guess that's a hardware manufacturer, debuts at the first look of the new Rock Band Fortnite Festival guitar controller. The Rift Master guitar is coming this spring, and I guess it is just a case that it can work for the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 for both any Rock Band games that are still playable on the PS4 and PS5, which I question if you aren't going to very quickly realize there aren't that many Rock Band games left because of music license issues. And then Fortnite Festival is in Fortnite, and I guess you can just play Fortnite Festival on the PS5 and PS4 too. Pretty ridiculous that you would buy this, and it is fairly insane that there isn't newer technology where you would have just real guitars and a chord tuner type device listen to the sound coming out of the chords, particularly if you had an electric guitar, where you could just plug in some kind of device into the output of an electric guitar, and you could read whether it's an E or an F or an A sharp and use that as your inputs. It is still fairly ridiculous that you are selling pieces of plastic that have buttons and things like this. And I imagine the price to develop something like this and build something like this hasn't really gone down much. I would also imagine, looking at this box, that either this thing is in one piece diagonally and the box is huge, or the neck comes apart, which would make a lot more sense, that the grip up here and the neck would come apart into 3 pieces. But yeah, I imagine making a plastic toy like this is still as expensive as it was before. I could see $5 to $20 worth of just plastic, and then you start to put in a bunch of switches, and you put in some kind of motherboard computer element with Bluetooth, and easily you're gonna get to $30 at minimum of just components. That would be my guess. And so this probably is going to sell for closer to $70 at minimum, and I imagine it might start at $150. Really target people with a lot of nostalgia. Doesn't seem like they have a price listed here. Let's see. Wayfinder developer Airship Syndicate is laying off 12 employees. Months after gaining full control of the free-to-play game Wayfinder, Airship Syndicate is letting some of its staff go. Yep, this is the path of layoffs, certainly. Palworlds becomes Game Pass's biggest third-party launch at 7 million players in total on Xbox. So just on Xbox, playing via Game Pass, I think I don't know if you can buy it outside of Game Pass. Palworld is very, very high in sales. And I think at this point we can't make any kind of argument that momentum will be lost and that Palworld would just be a flash in the pan product. There was a high chance when it first launched that Palworld would become a flash in the pan, and there's still a decent chance that a significant number of people will eventually just get bored with Palworld in its early access state and not want to stick with it. But then there is also a decent chance it will just be like Fortnite and kids will play it forever until the next big thing happens. I'm seeing more and more people, YouTube gamers, playing Palworld, so it looks like it's here to stay. Let's see. Mike McCain has returned to Harebrained Schemes now as the executive producer. McCain is rejoining the studio after the co-founder and executive producer Mitch Gittelman stepped back in an advisory role in 2023. It is weird how we're seeing some people moving around as far as management goes, but I bet a lot of that happens and it was just not being reported on as much. Now that news of layoffs has gotten people's attention, people in higher management positions moving around feels more newsworthy. This would be the Lamplighter League developer. Embracer laying off even more people. The staff at Star Trek Infinite developer Nimble Giant, the developer behind Quantum League and Champions of Regnum, may have also had staff cut at least 2 other times in 2023. In fairness, though, I don't recognize Star Trek Infinite. Is that one of the mobile games? There was a game, and maybe it was Star Trek Infinite that came out, and it looked like it was a card-based game that just didn't look interesting enough. In part, there was one where you're just collecting ships instead of collecting the characters, where the characters are way more interesting than different versions of the Enterprise or Birds of Prey or Vulcan things. So, yeah. Star Trek has not been a good curator as far as who they license Star Trek to, nor has it been particularly ambitious about letting a lot of people make Star Trek games, which that too would have made some sense. I still am playing Star Trek Lower Decks on my phone, but there's really no reason why I'm still playing that. It's definitely a waste of time as it goes further and further. There's no new content in it, and I've hit the maximum amount of content, and the extra events aren't really adding much as far as resources. So it seems like it was far too easy to get to the end game in Star Trek Lower Decks and then just stagnate there and not do anything else. I'm also still playing Tinkafuma on my phone as an adult game, and it's getting updates. Not a ton of updates, but enough updates that it's still playable. I'm playing Memento Mori. It's getting a decent amount of updates and is still very playable, although there isn't a lot of gameplay that you play in it since it's mostly automated, AFK hands-off gameplay. And then Seven Mortal Sins I probably should give up on at this point, but it too is still getting content, but it's just way too much content that I often don't engage with it or try to get everything on it as far as the daily quests go. I saw this, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems like Harry Potter, Young Harry Potter Mythic Companion card is coming out, which, yeah, that seems very late to the party that you're getting a Young Harry Potter storyline card, or at least card. Yep. When I first tried to get into Harry Potter Magic Awakened, it was kind of interesting to see them not try and just retell the stories exclusively of the Harry Potter books, and instead try to be a new thing, be set a generation in the future after the events of Harry Potter. And you can see this is not really trying to be animated like Daniel Radcliffe. And more I think that is what we're going to see, is that we're going to see characters more trying to be animated in the way that they are described in the books, and less like the kids in the first Harry Potter movies. Although, in fairness, they are also going to try to remake new Harry Potter movies. But yeah, Magic Awakened is set like in more modern times, so you can have more modern clothes, but it isn't much of a game, is the real problem with it. Like, which is a shame, because it could have been an interesting game, but the actual gameplay mechanic, which they don't really show too much of, is the card battle content. There are some side quest stuff, this trailer. And I haven't heard a major amount of enthusiasm around the Harry Potter Magic Awakened game from anybody, so it does kind of feel like there's a decent chance that this game will go on for 2 or 3 years, and then you will see it just shut down like so many other mobile games. I don't think you can even really play Quidditch in Harry Potter Magic Awakened, which is a little surprising that you can't do that when that's in the trailer. They really are hiding what the game actually looks like, because it doesn't actually look like any of this trailer. This is at best a teaser trailer, and yeah, this is much closer to what you're doing, is you're using these cards to cast the spells, and there just weren't that many cards in Wizard Duels. And I don't even know if you can actually do 3-on-3 Wizard Duels. Yeah, so I don't even know why I'm really talking about Harry Potter Magic Awakened, other than it seems like it took them a really long time to bring Harry Potter into Harry Potter Magic Awakened, which is not really the main protagonist. All these characters are more of the main protagonist. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says that Suicide Squad isn't Kevin Conroy's last performance as Batman after all. The deceased voice actor will appear in one final time in an animated series. I guess the point here is to remember that Kevin Conroy died. When did he die? I don't remember this at all. He died in 2022. And yeah. Suicide Squad overall has had a terrible launch, and nobody has had really anything positive to say about it, which is actually a little shocking, because Jeff Gerstmann made this argument about how he had never seen anybody have the mainstream video game media be so negative around a game in pre-release coverage. And so we may be seeing a shift in that if a game is actually bad, pre-release early access coverage may start to be more critical instead of always being flowery and overly positive, which probably would be better for the industry overall and consumers overall if it was more critical. But yeah, I definitely don't expect, I wasn't expecting anything before the launch for Suicide Squad. I'm not expecting anything after the launch. There is an interesting potential lawsuit or make good, at least, that they are going to have to do, in that people bought the early access versions of Suicide Squad for like $100, and it was supposed to give them 72 hours of early access gameplay. Well, the servers went down for a big chunk of that, so I don't know how they're going to address that or try to make good on that, but they pretty much need to do something. The Destiny 2 director, Joe Blackburn, is leaving Bungie. The 7-year Destiny 2 developer will leave Bungie for parts currently unknown. We don't really need joke headlines like that from GameDeveloper.com in particular. It's trying to be a serious industry insider news source. Perhaps it's a little cruel to say this, but we should think about the last 7 years of Destiny 2 for the people who played Destiny 2, which don't include me. Were those the good 7 years of Destiny 2, or were those just the mediocre or bad 7 years of Destiny 2? Inherently, I wouldn't even put too much blame on one person like Joe Blackburn for Destiny 2's issues in quality. I think the problem is that you had this ambition to make a game as a service in Destiny 1 that would last forever. And now all those chickens are coming home to roost, as it's just impossible to make a game that lasts forever, and that it's a game as service that people are just going to constantly want to play. If you could do that, then Call of Duty would have done that a long time ago, and they would have stopped making annualized Call of Duty games, or at least annualized updates to Call of Duty games. But yeah, as far as the lessons to learn from Destiny is, yes, you can't make a game that lasts forever, obviously, thus they had to make Destiny 2. Yes, you can't make a game that lasts forever by just adding more content of similar quality and similar style. People are just going to get bored. It's in the nature of humans to eventually get bored of things, at least most humans. And so you can't put all of your ambitions into one game. There almost certainly are elements in Destiny 2 that could have been split off and put into a different game. And certainly they could have tried to make different genres other than just sci-fi. Or they could have tried to make multiple sci-fi games in different universes even. But a game as a service increasingly is showing that it has a limited shelf life and it doesn't last forever. The problem there, though, may be a case that even though it doesn't last forever, it may last long enough to make a ton of money. So many people may take the wrong lesson from Destiny 2 and say, well, that worked fairly well, let's just make a new series and treat it exactly like we treated Destiny 2. Roblox games, speaking of another game that has succeeded luckily to last a really long time, has a game inside of Roblox, I guess, called Momoguro, is being adopted to TV. This popular creation platform is entering the transmedia space with its Baobab Studios Momoguro RPG franchise. Yeah. Looking at the screenshot, none of this looks like Roblox though. And inherently, I don't know if an animated television show based on some game that, or some content made inside of Roblox is going to have any real connection to Roblox at all. This is the kind of thing where this TV show would have to be fairly popular for me to feel like I would even need to watch it. Just the fact that it was built in Roblox doesn't really mean that much to me, and I imagine it just won't be that popular. I imagine this will be like so many other cartoons that are popular amongst a small, possibly even half of the percentage of kids in its target demographic, but it just won't be popular enough to have any long-lasting value. In the same way that Ben 10 has had multiple cartoons, but you can also very easily have never watched any Ben 10 cartoons and not cared about them, and there were Ben 10 video games, and basically the same idea. You don't need to really play Ben 10 video games if you don't care about or haven't watched Ben 10. There aren't really a ton of cartoons that seep into the collective consciousness and stay there. You have some old ones from the 80s, certainly, like Ninja Turtles, that got a head start and had a lot less competition, Transformers, things like that. But when you start to think about more modern cartoons, Bluey certainly is very popular at the moment, but people will forget it potentially in a generation, in the same way that I don't think Cocomelon is as popular as it once would have been. Things like Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Owl House. There's really could be a list of hundreds of cartoons that just aren't going to stick around. And particularly with streaming nowadays, it's not like Netflix is trying to make one super successful cartoon for a new generation of kids, or even Disney Plus is trying to make one super successful cartoon series. I don't even know if Disney Plus has a single new animated cartoon series that it's making shows for. More and more, there's more adult cartoons being made than kid cartoons. So, yeah. I'd be very surprised if Momoguro succeeds to massive levels of success. Also, I, in fairness, don't know anything about it, though. See, a side-scrolling action platformer, Lords of Exile, launches February 14th for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Why did I click on this game in particular, I wonder? Well, it doesn't seem like there's anything special about this game. Street Fighter 6 and Resident Evil 4 are still driving Capcom's financial growth, so you have a niche audience that's probably bigger than horror fan audiences in Street Fighter 6 and fighting game fans, and then you have a niche audience of Resident Evil 4 horror game players. And those two combined help Capcom make some money. But noticeably, it does feel like there is a gap here where Capcom would really love to have a more traditional, super popular game in the middle that sold really well. I don't know. I'd have to think about it as far as, has Capcom ever really tried to make something that is just more of a extraction shooter, first person military shooter like Call of Duty? We definitely have seen them try to do that by taking Resident Evil characters and turning them into multiplayer, player versus player side games, which none of that has worked, and perhaps the netcode at Capcom is just weak, and that's part of the problem. But yeah, I don't think Capcom has military first-person shooter. It would be interesting to see a Japanese company try to do something like Call of Duty, because inherently there might be this Japanese feel to it, a much more naval based game, a much more pacifist based game. And see, that really wouldn't work if it was going to be the Japanese self-defense force that you were playing as. So it would have to be Capcom making American soldiers doing American things, and that would be awkward to say the least to make a game like that. So then they'd probably just want to make sci-fi characters in the future to avoid that. Yeah, and that would work, I think. Yeah, Capcom has the third-person perspective shooting down, I think, well enough as far as Resident Evil. It would make a lot of sense to take that engine, set it into a military game without zombies and monsters, and then you could put your ambition there to try and get a more mainstream audience that way, and you could put more of the shooting elements that wouldn't quite fit in a Resident Evil game into that game. It also stops Capcom from just spending all of its focus on remaking Resident Evil games, which they can't do much more of that. If they try to remake Resident Evil 5, alright, but once you get to Resident Evil 6, you're out of games to remake. You're going to have to start all over again. Here's the Gematsu article I mentioned earlier, in that Palworld Early Access has topped 12 million sales on Steam and 7 million players on Xbox for a total of 19 million, which I imagine if you started to add some other sources together, or just check back in a day or two, it will be over 20 million players. It is a massive amount of success, unprecedented amount of success. And so Palworld deserves at least credit for that level of success, getting people's attention without spending a ton of money advertising itself. It's not like we're seeing commercials for Palworld all over the place. And at least bringing to light that there is a desire for a game that has Pokemon-esque looking characters on PC and Steam and Xbox. That obviously there's a desire there for games that look like that. Maybe there isn't so much a desire to play quite like Palworld plays. I haven't heard anybody really sing the praises of how the game plays, or anybody really sing the praises of Palworld at all. But they're getting people's attention with the screenshots, with the intro, enough that people are playing. Now, and the numbers are so high, even if they came back and said that the average playtime was only 30 minutes in Palworld, it really just would not matter. Palworld can only fail if it does something particularly stupid or gets sued out of existence. It could do several stupid things. It could never really improve itself and just be in early access forever. That still might work. Minecraft was technically early access for an extremely long amount of time. It could try to add microtransactions or ads and lose a lot of audience. It could change the appearance of the characters drastically. That would lose a lot of the audience. So yeah, there's a lot of pretty obvious dumb things they could do to lose a significant amount of the player base, but I think they just have enough momentum that people are always going to be playing this, at least for the next 6 months to a year. It's not like there's another Pokemon-esque game that has advertised itself and said, hey, our game is coming out too. If anything, the 2 or 3 other games that have Pokemon-esque characters in them might decide to change up things or not release in fear of being called ripoffs of Palworld instead of being called ripoffs of Pokemon. There was a game called Cassette Beast that was kind of closer to being a Pokemon game, and it definitely did not have anywhere as much of the success. It's also worth pointing out that the yellow on yellow here, kind of bad design. It on a blown out, super bright screen. This looks pretty bad. Moving on, video games, GameDeveloper.com says that Microsoft delivers over $7 billion in gaming revenue during its Q2 and barely mentions the almost 2,000 layoffs. Great content is the key to growth, is the quote they have here, which, yeah, no surprise there. Like, I imagine people who are going to invest into the first $1 trillion company of Microsoft already knew about the layoffs, and those kinds of investors who, again, for lack of a better term, are probably a little evil, love to hear layoffs. That just means more money for them. Let's see, the BioShock and Cyberpunk veterans have formed a new development company called Anti-Static Studios. This is from GameDeveloper.com. The new studio is already at work on its debut project known simply as Hortnet. Which, okay. Let's get the real names of the people. So we have a key staff including the writer of Cyberpunk 2077. I'm just gonna highlight that name and not try and pronounce it. It's probably Lucas Ludzowski. Environmental artist Chris Timper from BioShock and community manager Gabriel Nordholm from Project Winter only. Project Winter is not the game they're working on now, so there must have been a game called Project Winter. And then McKay Mixtol from Far From Home, and then a programmer from Conan Exiles. So yeah, this is another great example of just people who worked in the industry somewhere and are now an environmental artist from BioShock. They are being described of as being the BioShock and Cyberpunk veterans, when maybe you really shouldn't describe them that way. There's one person from Cyberpunk and one person from BioShock. Wouldn't it just make more sense to just say gaming veterans form a new development team, or form Anti-Static Studios? I do want people to be credited, but there still is either self-promotion through press releases, people referring to themselves as Cyberpunk and BioShock veterans instead of referring to themselves by their names, and potentially their accomplishments that you can try and figure out by their previous job positions. But yeah, it's either self-promotion or it's mainstream video game media looking for a better headline and just refusing to name people in the headline. Because the proper way to report this, if you want real facts, would be to say this person and this person formed a new company, but then there's too many people really for a headline. When you're naming 5 people, you could name them all in the headline. It would just be a really, really long headline. So gaming devs form a new company, or new development company formed. But yeah, there is still this impulse to try and imply more people had more involvement in the development of previous games than they really did. And none of that really matters anyways. It's so collaborative to make a video game. If you don't have the entirety of the team in the exact same mindset that they were when they made that previous game, you're not going to get anything close to the same outcome. It's impossible to capture lightning in the bottle a second time. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says that the Volition developers have regrouped as Shapeshifter Games after Embracer shut them down, which Shapeshifter Games is a weird name, but whatever. The subheadline here is, it's been 5 months since the closure of Volition, but I'm grateful to post that a group of us have reformed as Shapeshifter. A group of them, not all of the employees at Shapeshifter. Which maybe this is a hint that there was 5 months of non-complete clauses in being laid off. I question though, can you really enforce a non-complete clause? Or should you legally be allowed to enforce a non-complete clause when you lay somebody off? And particularly if you're not paying them some kind of severance. Maybe there should be a law, and maybe there are laws that say the severance has to equal what the non-compete clause is. You can't force people to not work if they want to work. Like, yeah, there is a certain question there as far as how the laws should be written versus how the laws are. But it also might be a case that it just takes 5 months to get a group of people together and to form a new corporation. I can see it easily taking 5 months just to find some way to have a trademarkable name and the name of a corporation, and go through all the legalese. The question that it looks like we're not going to be answered here is who, and it seems like one guy, Rob Loftus, with a designer named Alex Klein, David Ansager, who was a software engineer, Matt Madigan, who was the studio head, Brian Traficante, Traficant creative director, Darren Dienst, was a designer, Chad Dodson was a level designer, Brian Dillo was a designer, and Jeff Touchstone was a level designer. So you're getting a decent number of people there, although notably all of them sound like they are male, so no win for diversity, at least on gender lines. And at a certain level, I'm not sure that some of these regroupings after being shuttered are the best decisions, because you may very well have a case, and this is a scenario I imagine most people wouldn't think about, where all of the people who were ready for a change left Volition when they were laid off, and the only people who formed Shapeshifter were the people who don't want change. So it might, generally speaking, in their way of thinking, be a very stagnant company that just wants to do things the way things were done before and just wants to make the same old games, and that might be okay, or that might be terrible. There sometimes, even if change is forced upon you, the outcome might be better because you were forced to change, evolve, learn something new, do something better, do something just different. Notably, while I do recognize the company Volition, I couldn't tell you what game they've made most recently, so that might give me more insight if I searched just like Volition. If I just search Volition, let's see, that's not the button I meant to click. I can't read these. I can't read the text when it's that small. Yeah, Volition is just gonna give me the definition of Volition. Here we go. Here we go. List of Volition games on Wikipedia. This is what we need. Descent from 1995, which, yeah, anything that old is very possibly not the same people. Descent 2 from 1996, then they changed their name to Volition and made Descent Free Space and Free Space 2 and Summoner and Red Faction, Summoner 2, Red Faction 2, The Punisher in 2004. Yes, Volition made the original Saints Row and Saints Row 2. Notably, they did not really make the... It definitely didn't feel like it was the same team making the most recent Saints Row game. Red Faction Guerrilla, Red Faction Armageddon, Saints Row the Third, Saints Row 4, Saints Row Gathering of Hell, Agents of Mayhem, and then the rebooted Saints Row. So, yeah. Most recent games are the failed game Agents of Mayhem and the extremely failed reboot of Saints Row. So, the Volition that is now Shapeshifter Games, unless they were the people who made Get Out of Hell, don't have a lot of history of good games, and even the development of Get Out of Hell is from 2015, and they pretty much, I think, ran out of steam with the Saints Row series and got sillier and crazier. There's a list of canceled games here also. So yeah, I'm looking at that short list of games from Volition. I definitely am not expecting too much from Shapeshifter Games. At best, they are going to make something that is like Saints Row 3. At worst, they're going to make something that's like the rebooted Saints Row. Or they'll make nothing at all. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says that the Xbox president says Apple's third-party app store fees are a step in the wrong direction. Sarah Bond has joined with the Spotify CEO in criticizing the iPhone's maker's new policy. What they opened up with, and this is pretty much just because the EU forced them, and I think this is only going to be in the case of the EU that you even can sideload this, is that this per install fee, if an app is downloaded more than 1 million times a year, the developer must pay 50 euro cents, I heard is how you pronounce this. You call them euro cents for every download over 1 million, meaning developers would owe Apple 500,000 euros for every 1 million downloads after the first 1 million, which is a lot of money just for a download fee and web hosting. Another thing that they changed in their rulings, in Apple's changing the way that it would work, is that they previously had a rule that streaming game apps could only stream one game, and so you would have to pay a submission fee and have potentially thousands of apps for something like Xbox Game Pass on the iPhone. A single app for every single game available on Xbox Game Pass, and they've changed that now, so you can't have multiple games on a streaming service, but you are in the Apple iOS store going to be rated whatever the highest rated game available is. So in for mature, basically, for Xbox Game Pass. So Apple is being basically forced to open up its walled garden a little bit, but it's not doing it willingly, and it's not doing it in a good way. And I seriously doubt we are at a point where iPhone gaming really is going to make some sense. Even when you look at like how it's being shown here, it's a little awkward and clunky to have this special grip to put a controller on it, and I don't even know why you would have a special grip to hold the phone at that direction when one would assume this is just Bluetooth connecting to an iPhone anyways, so why not have some kind of headset or some kind of kickstand for the screen and put it on a table. I guess you can't walk and play in that case. But yeah. And certainly now that we have the Steam Deck as a possibility to at least think about, doesn't really make sense that you would want to play games on the much smaller screens of an iPhone, even though some iPhone screens are fairly big. They're not anywhere as big as a Steam Deck is. And I imagine battery life is probably slightly better on the Steam Deck than an iPhone. Censored Gaming, continuing to put out content fairly rapidly. They talk about how the English version of Yakuza 5 toned down the fat shaming, which in Japanese, the original version of Yakuza 5 put a character descriptor of this character and said she should eat a little bit less, which is a very subtle Japanese fat shaming thing that I'm sure was designed to create that would probably create a bunch of shame in a Japanese person. But if somebody told an American you should eat a little bit yes, they'd probably just go, yeah, you're right, or whatever. They would blow it off. In fact, I think it's pretty hard to fat shame Americans in general, since so many Americans are overweight by far compared to Asian standards. This is a ridiculous character, so most of the fat shaming is still in the visuals, and the visuals weren't changed at all. It is, I think, also worth pointing out that the original version of the language was toned down in the remaster of Yakuza 5, so the newest remaster of Yakuza 5 is really just continuing that same dialogue. But yeah, this lady is ridiculously fat, and she dances around, and mostly the scene is about how this lady loves to dance, and she dances in a crazy way. You almost certainly would struggle very much to have clothes this big in Japan at all. You just would not be able to find anything in Asian sizes that big. And even the like Netflix documentary of a sumo wrestler female who wanted to be a sumo wrestler, which is not allowed in sumo wrestling. And weirdly, there's a lot of sexism like that. Like sushi chefs aren't allowed to be female either. It's just ridiculousness. They have these dumb ways of thinking and sayings that women's hands are too warm to be sushi chefs. But really, it's just sexism that has been around for decades and instilled. It's institutionalized effectively. But yeah, even in the real world documentary about the Japanese lady who wanted to be a sumo wrestler, she was in no way this big, and you would really have to have a very specific spoon style body shape to have a waist that this is big. Now, I have seen in female people that they do tend to, even if the amount of poundage they have is not even that high compared to a male, they do tend to have a lot more fat and adipose tissue, particularly around the stomach. So I definitely have seen Westerners that have been this big, but even for like my 1,000 pound life type shows, this is ridiculous and obviously a joke, and it's just part of a series of jokes I imagine that are in the Yakuza games. There's no more censored gaming, but it is pretty much now every time I stream, censored gaming has something new for me to show, and I do want to support him, so I am going to continue to try and promote his content, which is the least I can do. The Korean studio Dzard is developing a new Princess Maker game starring Karen, which I imagine Karen is a child character from the last Princess Maker game. There was a point, though, where some of the Princess Maker games were set in just kind of like a modern Japanese world and away from the fantasy world, and it felt fairly different. And generally, I think the Princess Maker games struggle to be good quality, and they struggle to be well received. Here we see what is probably a live 2D image, although it's pretty pixely when it's zoomed up that big. There. Showing different ages as she ages up in this daughter raising simulator. And then when she gets to 17, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, this feels like this is still more of a fantasy world than just a modern Japan, even though you see her in what very much looks like just a Japanese outfit. Yep. It would be funny if they made a Princess Maker game where you couldn't actually raise the daughter to be a princess, which is the ultimate best ending. This would be certainly more exciting if there hadn't already been several remakes that weren't particularly great quality or well received, or not remakes, remasters and re-releases and ports of the previous Princess Maker games. And it would also be more exciting if a daughter raising simulator had an option to also raise a son. In modern days, you should be able to either randomize that or pick. It would be nice if this genre as a concept of playing house had been embraced by gamers more, to the point that there was more than just two companies that I can think of that have ever made a child raising simulator type game. Although there are some games like Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons or Fable that have elements that feel like you're raising a child. Inherently, there is probably a big assumption here that even parents who do play video games probably don't want to think about raising kids. And there will be a level of unbelievability in that too, in that parents who are raising real children can't just tightly schedule and control their children and come out with a perfect ending. A game like this eliminates a lot of random bad things from happening, and just the randomness of raising a child and the actual difficulty of raising a child who can just be stubborn and throw a fit for no reason. At some point, we may very well have a game where AI is included into some kind of child raising simulator, and you're raising an artificial intelligence of some level of detail, almost like a Tamagotchi for a modern generation. Let's see. Tyrone Rodriguez, the executive producer of Binding of Isaac, says that the backbone works great on the Binding of iOS on Android. So yeah, that's another example of more games seem to be coming to iOS. And in fairness, I think this makes a lot more sense as far as a controller setup if you're going to play on a smartphone, to have things that can attach and possibly even detach, like Joy-Cons on the sides, instead of having an awkward Xbox controller connect via a piece of plastic and having the screen higher up. One of the Steam Deck competitors that has been announced has a screen that tilts, and there is some value, I think, in that going forward too, where in some situations where you might be laying down, it might be helpful to get a 5% tilt where the screen is tilted forward. In some screens, it seems it might make sense to even tilt it a negative 5 degrees if you're looking down from the top. And adding a tilt to a piece of plastic grip isn't that difficult, but it does take some mechanical extra elements in the mechanics. But yeah, I would like to see that potentially on the Steam Deck too, when it comes out, to have a screen that could tilt, or if not, digitally tilt the screen to give like a parallax effect, but it really should just tilt so you get the best viewing angle always. And I kind of feel like the Steam Deck should have detachable controllers also. It's more difficult to design, certainly, to have detachable controllers, but I could see myself in particular. There was a Samsung tablet, Slick Deals, on sale for like $220, so almost half off to buy a Samsung tablet, and I desperately do need to get a new tablet. But I kind of like to just have a Steam Deck that could act like a tablet for the few things I use it for as a tablet, just as a bigger screen, and then be able to Joy-Con snap controllers to the Steam Deck when I want to play games, and remove those controllers when I don't want to play games. Like, first and foremost, yes, I do think the Steam Deck should be gaming focused, but that doesn't inherently mean the controllers need to be attached. That being said, it is also fair to point out that while that was the concept from the Switch failed miserably on that aspect. There is not anybody using a Nintendo Switch with the Joy-Cons detached to read ebooks or comics or watch TV, really. Like, nobody goes that special mile to treat a Nintendo Switch like a tablet. Maybe once the Switch 1 is completely abandoned, maybe there will be a few that have battery lives that you could then repurpose and install Linux on it. That seems like they're making some progress on doing that on the Switch. But even in that, you're not going to have a very polished tablet experience. Moving on, it's already been 3 hours. Tencent's CEO, according to GameDeveloper.com, feels like its game business achieved nothing during 2023. Quote, "We have found ourselves at a loss as our competitors continue to produce new products." End quote. And you definitely have a weird situation here. A major amount of Tencent's money disappeared when the Chinese government leaked out new, tighter restrictions as far as video games in China, and same was true for NetEase, its closest competitor. But then Tencent also really has not, as a parent company, had any game come out in 2023. But then Tencent really isn't a company that's developing in-house anything either. It's crazy to say that out loud, and it almost seems like they're saying that out loud to try and provide some cover for the Chinese government and their losses that they came obviously from the Chinese government. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a case where the Chinese government told them to say that directly, and these paranoid thoughts constantly come up when talking about NetEase and Tencent, because the Chinese government does have such tight control around its industries and its businesses, and will totally disappear people if they say the wrong thing. So I mean, they're justified paranoid thoughts that are pretty much unprovable. But yeah, I kind of have to agree with them. I don't think there has been any Tencent game that came out in 2023 that was worth mentioning. But then they have been like majority shareholders of Dying Light maker Techland. So they probably are still making money. Their focus seems to be that they're going to push towards a generative AI and AI to catch up, which that certainly is the buzzword people are using these days, is AI this, AI that. But I wouldn't be surprised if that doesn't really work. Speaking of bigger business and some weirdness, it has been announced that Raspberry Pi Foundation and its parent company Raspberry Pi, which there's a Raspberry Pi Foundation that's a nonprofit, and then there's a parent company Raspberry Pi. Well, the parent company is going to try to do an initial public offering when the time financially is right in the UK. Is that a good investment? Don't take my advice for it, but I would say maybe. Like, I definitely could see a scenario where, since they are trying to manufacture their own chips, and they are manufacturing their own chips, and there are only a few companies out there, some of which are in Taiwan and thus in threat of being acquired by mainland China, that there may be a real geopolitical reason why it would make sense to invest in a company that would be based in the UK and be able to manufacture chips. But then you also have the problem of people overvaluing Raspberry Pi and overestimating what a Raspberry Pi chip really can do at the moment, because you're just not going to put Raspberry Pi chips at the moment in cell phones in lieu of using chips from China, chips from Taiwan. It's just not likely to happen. And there is definitely going to be a shift as soon as you become a public company, because there always is a shift when you're a public company, where Raspberry Pi business will now be focused more on making money and less on being a foundation to make a product that is cheap and easy to teach people on. There is also inherently a problem with the Raspberry Pi in that as it gets more powerful, it gets more expensive, and its offerings are not as good compared to a Steam Deck. Had the Steam Deck never existed, I would almost certainly say yes, you should think about investing in the Raspberry Pi initial public offering if you can. I think you probably have to be a UK citizen to invest in it, but who knows, maybe you could internationally invest somehow. But we do have the Steam Deck that exists, and the Steam Deck makes a lot more sense as far as emulation and a lot more sense as far as playing video games. The Raspberry Pi 4 was good enough to do the emulation it could do, which was up to Nintendo 64 and maybe some PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 games. The Raspberry Pi 5 is almost to the point where it can do Nintendo 64 games, but you're not going to take that next step in a Raspberry Pi 6 in a fictional Raspberry Pi 6. You're not going to take the next step to be able to play GameCube games, which would be the next thing. You're not going to get the Dolphin emulator on there to play Wii games or Switch games. Whereas you can do that on the Steam Deck to some decent level of success. And if you're not doing gaming emulation on the Raspberry Pi, in a lot of cases the Raspberry Pi is too expensive and too powerful for other uses. And it's still not quite powerful enough to be a desktop replacement that gives you a great smooth experience. It can replace a desktop, but it's going to be slow. And I would also say I don't think you're going to see people using Raspberry Pis as a way of avoiding Windows 11 and going to Linux. As much as Linux fans may want that, that's just not likely to happen. And in fairness, RetroPie installs on the Raspberry Pi are barely video game related, and that is really the only thing that's video game related as far as the Raspberry Pi. And then there was this surprise headline from GameDeveloper.com that's been updated. Spec Ops: The Line was suddenly delisted from PC stores for good. A 2K spokesman confirmed that Spec Ops: The Line is no longer purchasable on many digital storefronts. The reason they say was the game was removed after the expiration of several unidentified partnership licenses, which I imagine some of that it's got to be music. So yeah, that's surprising that they wouldn't have warned people. Surprising that they wouldn't have tried to get a few more sales. It definitely feels like it was a case where it definitely feels like it was a case where the negotiations were going up to the last second and that they had hoped to make a deal. I'm going through my Twitter feed since the presentation is probably over by now, just to see if there's anything particularly important to talk about. Not sure there really is. Sorry, this is taking too long. Some Final Fantasy coverage. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. So, V Rising, which is currently early access on PC, is coming to the PS5 in 2024. This is from Gamatsu. I imagine this is from the State of Play. And noticeably, the Vampire 2D game is getting announced by Gamatsu first. A game called Metro Awakening has been announced for the PlayStation VR 2, Steam VR, Quest 2, and 3. So it's a VR. I mean, pretty much at this point, I call any VR game a spin-off game, a side game. Even Half-Life Alyx, I would not consider a canonical series line game. That would have been crazy if they had released a VR game and called it Half-Life 3. But it was VR exclusive. People would have been really upset about it, but it would have been an epic troll too, to say, hey, you have to buy the Steam, yeah, a Steam VR compatible device to play Half-Life 3. Let's see, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach launches in 2025, which I guess that means there is a little less time there compared to what I thought it would be. I kind of would have thought it would have been 26, 27 even. That being said, I'm not sure that there's too much of a difference in the gameplay here. Yeah. I feel like there kind of needs to be a completely different style gameplay. They need to get away from the package delivery nonsense of the first game. And at a certain point, they probably should remaster the first game in a way that the package delivery nonsense gameplay is lessened severely in favor of just the running, shooting, and storytelling that people might be interested in still experiencing if with the announcement and the release of Death Stranding 2. That will almost certainly be an example of how intelligent / mature Kojima really is, if he would be willing to modify his artistic intent in favor of appealing to a larger audience. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth State of Play is set for February 6th, so we have yet another State of Play not too far away. Almost certainly this feels like this is either going to be a really long presentation that they cut from this State of Play, or this is just a delayed presentation that was going to be at this State of Play. And then the Metro prequel Awakening was announced for VR from Komatsu, Video Games Chronicle this time. And then we basically had already been told this, but the Until Dawn rebuilt and enhanced version for PS5 and PC has been announced. This was an open secret that is happening. There's also an Until Dawn movie in development, so it definitely makes a lot of sense. It's due out in 2024, which that makes a lot of sense also, that you wouldn't want to drag this out forever. Speaking of dragging things out, we've got the games from Monday to go through, and it's already 3 hours, and I had to reset my computer because I crashed it. I crashed it while trying to use the replay buffer on OBS recording software, and it used up too much RAM and locked up. And then I hit Control-Alt-Delete and opened the task manager, and then the task manager locked up. So then I had to go up and press the reset button on my computer, which it's worth pointing out, if your computer is locked up, always press the reset button. Never hold down the power button. You can press the power button and hope for a safe shutdown and wait a minute or two, but if your computer is fully hard locked, press the reset button. Now in modern computers you probably don't have a spinning hard drive where it matters that much whether there's a difference. It used to matter a lot more if you just hard powered off a hard drive versus a reset, because reset would just cut the power to a spinning hard drive for a fraction of a second, or a hard power off would cut it permanently, and it could have been in the middle of a read or a write. But there is really no reason to change that recommendation, even if there is a decent chance you won't have a hard drive. My computer still has a hard drive. Most people, if you're doing something even moderately big, or if you want backups, should have one hard drive in your computer. So yeah, it still is. I think at this point furry visual novels can just be left alone. I just don't think I feel the need. I make too many YouTube shorts already, and so I'm just gonna kind of curate it. It's a decision. It's probably a bad decision because I'm effectively just saying I'm gonna censor furry visual novels. But yeah, YouTube really doesn't want YouTube shorts around visual novels anyways, from the looks of it. And I really am running up to this point where I'm potentially making 100 new YouTube shorts every week. And even if I'm releasing 3 a day for 5 days a week, that's only 15 YouTube shorts that are airing. So there is just a massive disconnect there between the amount of games that I'm saying yes to as far as they at least deserve a short versus the amount of things. And arguably, I need to rethink what premieres and what doesn't premiere, because the YouTube shorts do seem to be getting way more views in totality compared to the pre-recorded footage, which still is just struggling miserably and getting almost no views. I still would like to push more people to watching my pre-recorded footage. I'm gonna give this a chance and have clips and shorts be secondary things. Yeah. And ideally, I'd like clips and shorts to have a way to push people to watch my pre-recorded footage, which is really the only thing that would get me watch time. It would be silly if all of a sudden I was able to be monetized just because I had like 90 million views on shorts, which I don't have anywhere close to that. I have a ton of views on shorts because of the way they cheat their counting and their accounting there, but it's probably closer to like 10 million. And I don't think if I released 9 times as many YouTube shorts, I'd get 9 times as many views. And inherently that would still create the problem with success on different terms as far as YouTube or anything else. Is, do I really want to become this YouTube shorts channel that makes money or is successful by just making YouTube shorts, that then has to put all the focus and attention to making YouTube shorts, and very possibly would have to stop making live streams and pre-recorded footage? Yeah, a lot of people would say, well, money is money, but yeah, you don't get satisfaction from just making ad revenue in the long run. I wouldn't, at least. There are a lot of kids who want to be YouTubers just so they are rich. And I imagine that's just something little kids think too, is that they want to be rich because they haven't thought about what they really want to do, and they haven't been taught the value of other forms of fulfillment. But yeah, sure, almost everybody would take being rich as a second thing, but there's a lot of unhappy rich people out there too. Whatever this is, this looks a little weird, but visually it's also very much just not polished. I guess it's just a tower defense game with a very weird interface. Looks like we've seen 2 or 3 of these RPG Maker style games today. Here we have a Japanese only visual novel. Seems like fairly consistently now we are going to have Japanese only visual novels come over. The hope is that eventually they would see so much success on Valve's storefront Steam, that they would then bother to make English translations. Let's see. We're seeing increased numbers by far now that we're effectively out of January as far as the games being released. But as we see increased numbers, we're also seeing increased amounts of mediocre to downright awful games. And I guess in the environment of seeing downright awful games, I might be in a position where I can be more cruel and more critical about what does deserve a YouTube short. I might get that feeling and might lean towards having that subconscious mentality. But generally, I'm trying to be equal and fair as much as any one person can be. I am closing the vast majority of these games though. This is unimpressive, at least. And the Sony State of Play really highlights the difference here in just the AAA games that are capable of having teaser trailers or at least interesting screenshots. I'll give this a chance. I'm a sucker for point and click adventures. Compared to so many other games that just aren't going to have a chance of ever catching anybody's attention. And there's just a level here. At a certain point you could just automate it. You could straight up scan screenshots for submitted games and say this game is too pixely, and maybe you don't effectively just say we're not going to publish your game on Steam because the game is too pixely. Here's a great example of something, but maybe that just makes a red flag that makes a human look at it some more and try to form an opinion on the quality. Or maybe it just sends back a red flag to the developer and tells them we don't think your game would sell here. I think there's definitely a point here where we'll give this a chance. Steam Direct is selling itself very much as a product or a service, really, and thus it is only really willing to let people fall into almost certainly a fantasy that paying $100 to put your game on Steam is guaranteeing that you will get $100 back eventually. And it might be beneficial if, at least in private, Valve took some people aside and sent them an email and said, hey, your game's not likely to make $100. It may be a case though that all games do make that $100 back. I wouldn't be surprised if there are non-disclosure agreements so nobody could actually say one way or another, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are enough people with stolen credit cards or infinite amounts of money that would just buy the game. And I wouldn't be surprised if almost every person who puts their game on Steam buys it themselves to bump up the sales and gets all their friends and families to buy the game. And I don't think the Steam algorithm really cares if games are selling or not selling as far as what it recommends. Although it probably cares a little bit, it's, I bet, not anywhere as well programmed as, say, YouTube algorithm is to highlight the top sellers exclusively, where the YouTube algorithm definitely has that problem. Here we have another example of a visual novel that definitely feels like it should be in the adult section. It's PG-13 art book, and then 2 games that almost certainly are uncensored patches. And yeah, visual novels in general probably shouldn't get YouTube shorts at this point. I'm not seeing a lot of interest or feedback, although I'm not seeing a lot of interest or feedback either, so I'm basically just assuming something there. Yeah, I don't think I would go that far. Here we have another Japanese only game. I don't think it's right to go that far and say I would never make a YouTube short on a visual novel. But I would say I'm probably done with furry ones that look all the same, and I'm probably done with the anthropomorphic animal ones. I'm probably done with the ones that look like they're gay just to be different. And all the gay game visual novels do look the same. Almost done. But also, we have gone a really long time today. And I think that is just going to inherently keep on happening. This is tagged as a walking simulator. I'm going to put this on the follow list, but I'm not going to make a YouTube short on it. And then the Vampire Survivors clones are still questionable as far as where we are. And I shouldn't click on that tab ever, because that's what then breaks the video game, the changer, and makes me go and find this tab to reset everything back to the way it was as far as the scrolls at the top. Okay. Has anything really changed at SteamDB as far as the all-time 24-hour peak? No, not really. 1.4 million on Palworld. It does seem like maybe that number's gone down a little bit, and I would assume none of this otherwise has changed, although maybe the source software development kit base 2007 is new. It might be new, although in fairness it's also not a actual pro video game. Is my chart any helpful today? No, fairly stagnant with Apex Legends, continuing downward with Naraka Blade Point, another pit for Baldur's Gate 3, and everything else still hasn't been addressed by me as far as the numbers showing up and everything just getting squished tighter and tighter, nor have I gone back and tried to fix these data points. A chart like this would be beneficial for somebody to have something like this just to show the number of layoffs. You almost never get any metrics as far as hires, but you could certainly show layoffs, and you could certainly say have a stock ticker that pulls the stock price of every company that does announce layoffs and compare it. So it would basically be a X pattern where you almost always would see the share price of stocks go up way higher, while the number of employees would be a negative number going down. And that definitely would be a chart to show a trend and frankly just prove a point as far as the true health of the video game industry as a creative industry that requires creative people should be measured by the number of people, humans, actually working in it. Of course, all the talk about AI is definitely a direct attack on that concept, and it is the hope of presidents and CEOs worldwide in video game industry to, I'm surprised they're still even trying with Kerbal Space Program too. It is very much the hope of managers worldwide to be able to replace the creative people with AI and put more money in the pockets of the presidents and CEOs and less money in the pockets of human beings. This Persona 3 Reload, I haven't heard anyone say anything bad about it so far, but some of the cutscenes are different and have been just like reanimated. I'm pretty sure they had already said that was the case, but it does seem a little weird for a game that is seems like it's beloved, to have any significant changes to it. Persona 3 in particular has been just kind of stuck on the PS2, but that is also, I think, ignoring Persona 3 Golden, which is not on PC. So you're also in this mushy middle where the right Persona game you would want to play would want it to be Persona 3 Golden, I think, not Persona 3 Reload or Persona 3 Golden Reload if such a game existed. And it took us all the way to the top sellers to find Palworld, this time on the storefront. I don't know if it's applaudable or if it's just weird that Steam is, in its algorithm, not just shoving Palworld in front of everybody's face. If ever, I guess you needed an example of how the algorithm doesn't work, Palworld would be that example. If this was YouTube, you definitely would see either a full page ad of Palworld for an entire week, or you would just see Palworld in this list always. I guess it is up here. But yeah, I think there's really too much else as far as the storefront to talk about. Still don't own System Shock, apparently. Surprised about that. Why do I not own System Shock? Alright, so if I can get the programming working to make clips, I would need it to start at this point, and this would be the point where I would make clips. And so I don't have the programming working, so I'm not going to make clips for today's stream, but I do need to practice as far as that. So let's go through all the video game news and then we'll be done. And I'm feeling better about putting the video game news at the end of these streams if it is just going to be fairly monotonous news reading of the headlines without really any major opinions or ideas there. Yeah, at a certain level, by rebranding it as clips, I'm excusing my own poor coverage or just lack of commentary on them. Of course, this is going to be a nightmare since all of these pages are not loaded up because I reset my computer. So I would need to definitely figure out some way to close some tabs and open tabs next time. Probably just need to close all the tabs and start over fresh, which that's the right move anyways. And if I get sidetracked when trying to make these clips, that's where it's going to get rough, because I would need some other special button to trigger a clip, or I would just miss out on a clip. More than likely I would just miss out on a clip and it just wouldn't matter. I think this clips idea, even if I do implement it, has a very high chance of being being not that helpful anyways, and it's just going to be yet another thing I do because it makes sense to do it, but it's not going to have much of a payoff. On the other hand, you can always hope for a major payoff. Anyways, the headline says that Microsoft says Palworld is the biggest third-party Game Pass launch ever. Sony has revealed February's 2024 PlayStation Plus Essential Games. Foam Stars makes its debut on PlayStation Plus, also including Roller Dome and Steel Rising. Now I did figure out that on clips they can only be 60 seconds long, so that's another factor I would have to keep in mind. I can't go into super detail on anything. PDP debuts the first look at the new Rock Band Fortnite Festival guitar controller. The Chinese Room premieres extended gameplay for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. The long-coming first-person shooter was recently rebooted. Yeah, I thought it was cancelled or something like that. Yeah, it definitely feels like it was cancelled. Oh, I didn't check to see if I could actually trigger based on sound input. I probably can do that. That was the other thought, is that it would stop the timing as soon as I had a half-second pause in reading the headline. I didn't experiment with that. Xbox Design Lab launches new controllers with unique dynamic patterns, which is, I guess, just marble patterns. You would assume that this is more of an example of Xbox not getting out of the hardware market, but I also wouldn't be surprised if, even if Xbox stopped making consoles, they continued to make controllers for a long time. It would make a lot of sense to still make a controller, still fight for that layout, and just support people. I would have a hard time moving to a PlayStation controller, honestly. And I still think there's room for building a better controller in the future anyways, and I'd like to see Microsoft involved in the competition for building a better controller. Otherwise, I feel like PlayStation would just build cheaper controllers and not add anything new. Suicide Squad isn't Kevin Conroy's last performance as Batman after all. The deceased voice actor will appear one final time in an animated series. That might also be an indication of the fact that animated series take longer to release than video games do sometimes. Let's see. Fans think that the Need for Speed developer Stellar could be teasing a new Burnout. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is the 30th game to earn the coveted Famitsu 40. Only 29 other games have received the perfect score in the Japanese magazine's 38th year history. Which, I definitely wasn't expecting Infinite Wealth to be that highly rated. But there seems to be some national pride swelling up with the Like a Dragon series, and that they've drawn a line in the sand as far as talking about how games are being censored for more global standards, although maybe the argument is going to be that Infinite Wealth was slightly censored for global standards, and thus it was a better game overall, and thus it got reviewed by a Japanese company, Famitsu, better. Or it could just be a case that Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is really good because there's so much to do, so much variety there. And what is expected from a Like a Dragon game may be lower than what is expected from your average game. That is fairly shocking, though, to get a perfect 40. Sega of America is reportedly laying off more than 10% of its staff. Destiny 2's game director has announced that he'll be leaving Bungie. Asked about a Switch 2, EA says new platforms are typically good for them, which is a very easy response to make. Like, it would be crazy for EA or any other company to say new platforms are bad for a publishing company. New platforms are always good for publishers because you can just resell the old games to a new platform. Maybe there's something hinted in it being called a new platform instead of being just a revamped Switch, which Switch 2 may very well just be a revamped Switch with full backward compatibility, and there may not be a lot of reasons for EA to resell consoles. Even at that, though, new platforms are still probably good for them because then they can make worse programming errors, and they don't have to struggle as much to optimize for weaker components. Rocksteady has gifted the Suicide Squad early access players $20 of in-game currency following downtime. Quote, "We recognize that you've been patient with us during our initial launch server updates. $20 in-game currency is $0 of real-world currency, though, and the early access people paid $100 for the deluxe edition to play 72 hours early, which they may very well think is worth more than $20. And at the very least, I would say they should have gotten $40 of in-game currency to bring it back down to being a $60 game. Although, maybe there isn't too much you can even buy with $40 worth of in-game currency in Suicide Squad, and that the fact that you can give $20 of in-game currency highlights that there almost certainly is a lot to buy in Suicide Squad, which highlights that it's probably not a game I want to play. Quarterly revenues for Xbox jumped 49% following the Activision acquisition. The update here says Microsoft sets the all-time record for monthly active users. So yeah, a big jump there by the acquisition, but in the long run things aren't guaranteed to be great as far as Activision Blizzard goes. Like, maybe Microsoft can find people to continue to make Activision and Blizzard games, or maybe they will just bleed off the remaining of the staff of Activision, or most of the remaining of the staff, and put out a Call of Duty once a year that's even worse than the annualized Call of Duties that have been coming out recently. MLB The Show 24 cover star release date and Game Pass launch have been announced. What is the release date? It's March 19th, 2024. Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone Season 2 features a Walking Dead crossover, which that seems weird. Somebody is still just, I guess, trying to monetize The Walking Dead, which, as a series, I think The Walking Dead should be put to rest for a few years. A Nightingale server stress test is being held this week. Starfield's biggest update yet is now available on all platforms. Bethesda says it includes over 100 fixes and improvements, but I don't think any of the improvements or fixes are really that big that you even need to bother to mention them. The world's biggest gaming company reportedly feels its position is under threat. Tencent says it found itself at a loss in the face of significant challenges. Of course, this is being translated from Chinese. Microsoft says Visions of Mana isn't coming to Game Pass. Game Pass listings were found in the RPG's Xbox.com page earlier this week. So, to straight out deny it must have meant that either that deal fell through, or that was just a troll listing, a fake listing. I'm not sure how many of the Mana games are even on Xbox at all. The Mana series as a Japanese RPG almost certainly has a better home on the PlayStation. A demo of the Falconer sequel called Bulwark Falconer Chronicles is now out for all formats. .2K's classic Spec Ops The Line has been removed from Steam. It's not clear why the game has been delisted. Now, on this, I guess the question is, do I personally have any care that I wouldn't have played this game? I mean, I might even own this game and not remember that I bought it. But yeah, I don't think I really do care if I'm missing this game. Pretty much any military shooter type game is not going to hold my attention that much. I can't name a single one that I feel like I absolutely need to play, or that I would prefer to play even over a bad Borderlands sequel. PC simulation game Planet Zoo is coming to consoles in March. Planet Zoo Console Edition is coming to the PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. Universal has shown its first images of Super Nintendo World in Orlando. It'll be one of 5 worlds in the new Universal Epic Universe park opening in 2025. So, like the Japanese Nintendo World, this one being called Super Nintendo World, you start by going through a pipe to enter the new location. And these are, I think, mocked up painted images, not reality. Do we have any other pictures? What happens when I click on a Twitter feed? Why did that just leave me? It led me to this. Universal Epic Universe, which sounds like that's a silly name. Sounds like this is going to be a planetary sci-fi type world. Harry Potter, which you seem like you're going to go through a gate to get to Harry Potter world. Celestial Park. Wow. Why have 2 sci-fi things? That seems silly. Unless Universal Epic Universe is the entire collection of these worlds. I guess maybe that is the case. Celestial Park is going to just be, I guess, the space sci-fi. And then How to Train Your Dragon. This is the one that will be remodeled almost certainly for the earliest. How to Train Your Dragon as a fantasy world will probably just get turned into a fantasy world section. Then we have Super Nintendo World, and then a Dark Universe, which is probably going to be more spooky, Cthulhu-esque elements. Yeah, not a lot of pictures happening here, though. Let's see what this video looks like. Looks like an embedded YouTube video for 7 minutes. Yeah, it's just people talking for the most part. A few still images. Now, certainly is the time to potentially try and compete against Disney. But I don't know if you can really compete against Disney, because the idea would still be to charge a massive amount of money, and people just don't have the money to have a Disney World that isn't quite Disney. And you don't really have direct comparisons from Universal Studios as far as a you don't have Star Wars in your, you don't have Marvel, and a lot of what they're pushing and promoting is fairly old stuff. The Dark Universe is the Universal Monsters, which they've been trying to promote and make that successful for over a decade now, and failing miserably in that case, as far as just like the Mummy and Wolfman and Frankenstein's monster and things like that. Like, almost certainly you'll have people going to this area to just go to the Harry Potter section or just go to the Nintendo section. So each of those sections are going to need to be big enough for a full day's worth of events and rides. And I don't think there's a good targeting here for slightly older kids. Like pretty much anybody would be okay with going to Nintendo, but when you start getting at like 16, 17 year olds, they're not going to want to go to Super Nintendo World. All of what they showed there looks very similar to the Japanese one, and I think it is probably just going to be a one-to-one recreation of what happens in the Japanese location, or almost exactly the same. Yeah. And the space and the fantasy ones are just not going to sell. It's weird, though, that they don't have a Nickelodeon one. In fairness, a Nickelodeon section would only really be popular to a certain age of older people approaching their 40s or 50s around Nickelodeon. And it would be 100% nostalgia faking, in that there would be no actual recording of Nickelodeon game shows like Double Dare from that time. It's also a little surprising that there isn't a water one, nothing aquatic, no attempt at having whales or dolphins or anything like that. I guess that's just not really allowed. Wow. I'm a little surprised to see Steven Spielberg even alive. But yeah, you kind of would need a fictional aquatic section with fake fish. You could have an aquarium and show off fish, I guess. But you can't have whales, you can't have dolphins doing tricks. You can't have shows like that. So it probably would make more sense to just have an aquatic section where you could run around and swim in pools. But this is still in Orlando, so you still have the problem of being in Florida and being really just next door to Disney. And I think I would almost certainly choose to spend 3 to 5 days in Orlando if I was going to go on vacation, and look at the Nintendo World, and then go to Disney for 2 or 3 days. Look maybe at the Harry Potter World. And I kind of think Disney may also have a Harry Potter section somehow. But yeah. Maybe spend 1 day at Harry Potter World, one day at Nintendo World, and then spend 3 days at the Star Wars section, the Marvel section, and Disney in general. Let's see. Back to covering news. Port specialist Virtuous may have been working on Until Dawn's reported PC and PS5 games. A former employee's LinkedIn page suggests the Metal Gear Solid Delta studio is responsible. I guess that's slightly interesting. Xbox president says Apple's third-party app store fees are a step in the wrong direction. A group of former Volition staff have formed a new code development studio called Shapeshifter Games. Rainbow Islands is a retro specialist hamsters. No, how do I say this? Rainbow Islands is a new game from retro specialist Hamsters' 400th Arcade Archives release. Whatever. So Hamster has released a 400th Arcade Archive game. The game is Rainbow Islands. Bone that one up. Indie game Celeste gets a free Nintendo 64 inspired 3D platformer to celebrate its 6th anniversary. It can be downloaded on PC now, and then what? It would have to be emulated. It's an itch.io page that you would have to download it. So I guess you're probably just running it like a program. It would be fairly difficult to give somebody a ROM that would be a Nintendo 64 ROM and then telling people how to set up an emulator. And in my case, I don't cover games that aren't on Steam. It's just, there's plenty of games on Steam. It's easiest just to keep everything on Steam and in one place. The original Dragon Quest Builders is finally coming to PC next month. I think we had already covered this. If you did love Dragon Quest Builders, I guess it's important to realize that the series director left Square Enix in 2019, citing burnout after 7 years of working at Square Enix. So it's not likely that you'll see a Dragon Quest Builders 2. 2 may already be out, actually. But I don't think the series would stay the same as it evolves. Day of the Devs went non-profit, announcing its 2024 events and fundraiser. Which, interesting that Day of the Devs, which was co-run by Double Fine and I Am 8-Bit, went non-profit and disconnected from Microsoft in any way. And then I also saw the head of Double Fine on the Kind of Funny Games podcast. I didn't actually listen to the podcast. Here he is. So I would heavily suspect he is working his way slowly out of Microsoft and probably out of Double Fine in general. He's old, certainly, and his leadership at Double Fine I question, as far as Tim Schafer, I think is his name. So it probably is the point where it would make sense to see some fresh blood and see somebody new in charge of Double Fine. Former Call of Duty general manager Johanna Faries was appointed as Blizzard's new president. Nobody really had anything much to say about that. One of the things that was interesting about this is when she put out a getting to know you email, she specifically highlights like work life plus yoga, and she mentioned that her first priority was raising her children, which, yeah, that doesn't sound as committed as you would expect for a president of a company, or at least saying it publicly in the getting to know you. Seems like it's a weird thing. But, you know, it might be a step in the right direction to just be honest about it and actually make the right priority choices and say your first decision should be to raise your children instead of running a dumb video game company. Far too many workaholic parents out there that focus on a career or focus on running a company more than focus on raising their own children. The new Deus Ex game was reportedly cancelled amid the layoffs at Eidos Montreal. The update here is that the Embracer-owned studio has confirmed plans to lay off almost 100 employees. Now, one thing I have heard is that this was almost certainly a spin-off game because the voice actor for Adam Jensen had not been contacted if this game was anywhere close to being developed. Although in fairness, you really wouldn't have to contact the voice actor until the last 5 months of the development of a game anyways. You can get all the writing done and then have a voice actor come in for a week or two of voice acting pretty easily. But maybe contract negotiations would have, and scheduling would have implied that he should have been contacted. It wouldn't be the first Deus Ex side game, though, either. And I don't know how many people even really cared that much about Adam Jensen to feel like his story isn't complete at this point. Let's go through the Komatsu articles now. The side-scrolling action platformer Lords of Exile launches February 14th on PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Now, if I'm making YouTube clips at this point, it's going to be a little bit trickier, because when I get to the Gamatsu articles in particular, there is going to be this desire to go to Steam, and yeah, I need this whole process to work pretty much perfectly in an automated way, regardless of what I do or say. And if I get distracted on a headline, if I'm looking for a Steam link, that's going to take extra programming, but it won't take that much extra programming, really. Dueled Early Access tops 12 million sales on Steam, 7 million players on Xbox. It definitely feels like there's going to be a limitation, where a point where I'm going to have to decide some things are worth being clips and some things aren't worth being clips. Another element, certainly there might be a limitation on how many clips you can make from one video in the first place. If I'm making, say, 100 clips from every live stream and YouTube just says, no, you can't do that, I'll have to become much more picky if there is some limitation. I haven't seen anything that says there's a limitation. I don't see a reason why you'd make a limitation. If you can make a 4-hour video and then chop it up into 60-second segments of clips, that seems fairly valid. Continuing on, PlayStation Plus's monthly games lineup for February were announced. Foam Stars, Roller Dome, Steel Rising. Do we have anything else here? Some other game elements. A Little to the Left is coming to the PS4 and 5 and the Xbox One series and Xbox One and the Xbox Series on February 15th. It's also available via Xbox Game Pass. This is the OCD organization adjusting game. It's on Steam. Let's see how well it's been received on Steam. Yep. On one hand, this might be very satisfactory for people who are a little OCD. On the other hand, this might be just incredibly triggering for people who have OCD. So play with caution. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 has a gameplay trailer and an extended gameplay reveal video, if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons remake has a gameplay trailer. The game releases on February 28th. Earthlock 2 cinematic trailer, desert ships and dynamic biomes have been detailed. Small Land Survive the Wilds launches February 15th. It's an open world multiplayer survival game leaving early access. Let's see what that looks like on Steam. It's already on the fall list, has been since March of 2023. Looks mostly positive, or very positive overall. Persona Live Tour 2024 More Ahead has been announced, which I think indicates that they plan on making more Persona games. No surprise there. Mostly though, I imagine this is just going to be a rock concert type experience. Saga Emerald Beyond, Bonnie Blair and Formina Franklin trailers, details, and screenshots are available. Saga being short for Scarlet Grace, I think. Although I would have sworn the Saga series looked completely different from this. It was more of a fantasy, Final Fantasy type feudal European art style. This feels like it's all over the place. This might be the first instance ever of a main protagonist who is wearing a headscarf for potentially religious reasons. Maybe just for fashion reasons, but maybe for religious reasons too. which that would be interesting, but also it would be a slightly annoying trend in that all of a sudden you might have half of your female protagonists not having any hair to see, and hair is interesting and appealing to look at. And I think most people can agree on that part. Let's see. This is already on the fall list. Resident Evil 4 remake sales have topped 6.48 million. It is worth mentioning though that if you're getting to the second decimal point, you're probably getting a little desperate here. It would have made more sense for them to wait and say 6.5 million, or when they were over 6.5 million, or just say over 6 million. 1 million units were sold in 3 months. Reveria: The Promised Land Remastered launches for Switch on February 28th in Japan. The Famitsu review scores for issue 1835 are available, giving Harpoon Shooter Nozomi 28 out of 40, pretty low. The Inquisitor 20 out of 40, and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth a perfect 40 out of 40. With making it the 30th game ever to get 40 out of 40 in the 38-year history of Famitsu. Square Enix has absorbed Tokyo RPG Factory, the studio known for I Am Setsuna, Lost Sphere, and Onaki. Square Enix absorbing a corporation does not give me any hope that Square Enix is doing good as a corporation. Stray Children has been delayed to a general 2024 in Japan, and a user survey has been launched. It'll be available for Switch. Captain Velvet Meter: The Jump Plus Dimensions is coming to the Xbox Series PC on March 1st. It's currently available for Switch, iOS, and Android. I don't recognize this game, though, and it seems like you have a very wide variety of fashion styles and characters overall. Take a little break there. Drink some water. MLB The Show 24 has been announced for the PS4 and 5, for the Xbox One and Xbox Series and Switch. It's due out March 19th. Insurgency Sandstorm is now available for the PS5 and Xbox Series. It's a free upgrade for existing owners. Is it on Steam? PlayStation Japan X Atarashi Gakko Get Pumped for Great Games on PS5 commercial. So here they have a group of, I assume these are Japanese idols, pretending like they're playing video games with a cross promotion of several games that are barely even being shown in this image, and they're tilt shifted too, so you'd really have a hard time seeing all these games. And notably, Foam Stars here doesn't even have the PlayStation 5 logo on it, so this is just a screenshot of what would almost certainly be a digital only game. Persona 3 here being mentioned, Ronin, Tekken 8. Question if the target audience, as far as fans of Japanese idol girls, is anywhere in line with the games that are being released here at all. Yeah. It definitely seems like they're probably a pretty wild, silly bunch I'm not going to bother to try and show this at commercial anyways, but it definitely is fairly different ways of advertising compared to the way Japanese games or PlayStation games are being advertised by PlayStation in America. Feels too separate, the commercials, but it probably doesn't cause a big problem to be that different. Euphoria, the Saga 2 launches March 1st worldwide for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Let's see. Pretty much all of these I've already caught. So I really am doing a great job as far as catching games before they're even being announced, with release dates at least. The fall list concept is working pretty well in that case. It's just being overwhelmed with too much data and too many games. Planet Zoo is coming to PS5, Xbox Series on March 26. Fate Stay Night Remastered has been announced for Switch and PC. Seeking the Root to Fate franchise return to where it all began. Fate Stay Night Remastered is probably the game you would want to play if you were going to try and get into the super expansive Fate universe. Even if you're just trying to focus on video game gameplay, though. I'm not sure if there's a real chance of a new audience getting into the Fate series just on the focus of video games, let alone trying to watch the animes and the mangas and the light novels and spin-off alternate universe stories. Starnaut launches in early access on February 14th for PC. This too is on the fall list. Then the Korean studio Dzard is developing a new Princess Maker game starring Karen, a new entry for the longtime fans and newcomers alike. And we didn't have a Steam link on this game either. Retro Mystery Club Volume 2, the Beppu case, coming to the West in early spring for Switch and PC. I'm a little surprised this game is coming to the West. This one I think has some history behind it, and people actually did like it, but not that many people, clearly. Right now, as a Japanese-only release, it only has 2 reviews, and it's been out since August 15th of 2022. But yeah, clearly somebody's putting in the extra effort to translate this to English. It probably already has a fan translation anyways. But certainly this feels like a very old NES style visual novel, for lack of a better term. Yeah. I also want to mention the Princess Maker game that we just looked at. Much like this game, it probably needs a full-on reboot on the art style. There's just not a lot of people, even if they were fans of the old art style, that still want that kind of animation, that 90s, early 90s era animation, which same here. This just comes off as feeling old and feeling just rough in general. Blizzard Entertainment appoints Johanna Faries as new president. The former Call of Duty executive takes over Mike Ybarra's role. And then Eidos Montreal lays off 97 staff, and a new Deus Ex game was reportedly cancelled. Right, and so that's going to bring us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, which I think we're pretty much already talked about. But again, I need to practice, so I'll go through all of them. I'll try to go through all of them. And then that'll be the end of this 4 hours so far stream. Of course, I could easily cut an hour off the streams if I just didn't play any Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. Destiny 2 director Joe Blackburn is leaving Bungie. Roblox game Momoguro is being adopted for TV. Street Fighter 6 and Resident Evil 4 still drive Capcom's financial growth. Mojang and Takaboka veterans have formed Roro to create a digital dollhouse. Unity developers can start building apps for the Apple Vision Pro now. Sega of America is laying off 61 workers based in Irvine, California. Microsoft delivers over $7 billion in gaming revenues during quarterly 2, barely mentioning almost 2,000 layoffs. Embracer has laid off staff at the Star Trek Infinite developer Nimble Giant. Extremely OK Games Celeste has been reimagined as a free 3D platformer on itch.io. Bioshock and Cyberpunk veterans have formed a new development studio called Anti-Static Studios. Update Spec Ops The Line has been suddenly delisted from PC stores for good. Shouldn't have said update in that case. Tencent feels its game business achieved nothing during 2023. And an exclusive here, Fast Travel Games delivers record holiday sales, but the studio CEO says VR market must, quote, define itself. Which, yeah, record sales doesn't really mean anything in a field and a market that doesn't have enough people buying VR games. Sony invests in Carry First to expand its reach in PlayStation in Africa. Aonic launches megabit publishing arm to serve up Warren Spector's next projects and others. Quote, it was a natural next step for us to build a publishing arm, one that works in synergy with our studios to bring their works of art to market. Yep. What did Warren Spector... Has he made a game before? Or is Warren Spector just a rich guy? I am not sure. I could be thinking of some other Spectre. Volition devs regroup as Shapeshifter games after Embracer's shuttering. Like, inherently, there is another problem here in that I would be repeating some of these clips. So there might be some room for sorting things out too. But maybe there is just enough room for duplication too. That may give me a second chance to pronounce things correctly. If I read a headline poorly, I could take the best of the two, or I could just take them both. Like, at a certain level, if I put like Gamma Sutra and then the headline versus GameDeveloper.com in the headline, and even if the headlines are similar, the headlines would be slightly different. And there might just be a value in having clips that say Gamma Sutra versus GameDeveloper.com. I might get a little bit of traffic from people looking for Gamma Sutra and GameDeveloper.com articles, which, you know. Anyways, that's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos.